week, the Milwaukee Business Journal is announcing its 40 under 40 honorees. And two of them are with us now. We're very happy to have them with us, James Davies and Taylor Elizabeth. Thank you for being with us and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to have you here. James, I want to start with you. I want you both to tell me, what does this mean for you to get this award, this honor? It's got to be nice.
Yeah, it's extremely humbling. It felt awesome when I heard the news Monday morning.
Yeah, I can imagine it's got to be fun. Why is it important for Taylor? Why was it exciting for you? Tell us about that. What makes you happy to get this award?
Yeah, the word humbled also applies here. I think it was really exciting. A lot of our work that I was honored for is really a reflection of community partnerships and all those who have kind of come together around STEM in the Milwaukee community. So I think I'm very excited to have an individual award. It's really a reflection of all the great work that's been happening in Milwaukee.
Well, Elizabeth, I called you Taylor. Forgive me. Elizabeth, thank you for that. And it's such a beautiful thing to be able to know that we have young people like both of you out there and helping our community. Can you tell me why, James, is it important for younger people to get involved with their community and do some good?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously we have a different perspective. We have different life experience. So I think it's really important that we're involved in shaping what our communities look like. I think transportation, if we're looking at how we build our cities, increasingly younger folks are wanting to be able to get around in ways that don't require a car. And so having us be able to help build and shape the communities that we live in and ensuring that they're friendly for pedestrians, people on bike, and people using public transit, so people can maximize the different ways that they can get around. So I think that's one reason why it's really important.
Yeah, very nice. And I think that's something we all need to remember and think about. And Elizabeth, do you see yourself as a role model? And tell me, why is that important to you?
Yes, I suppose so. My background's originally in engineering, so a lot of our work here at MSOE instead focuses on getting students to see themselves in these types of roles. And I think one of the biggest things we run into are students who maybe, especially young women, who don't see themselves as technologists, as engineers, as scientists, and seeing someone who's done that, but also is applying it in a social context. Because we have so many young people that have a hard time seeing how you change the world with an engineering degree in a people-to-people context. It seems a little conceited sometimes to think of yourself as on that. Yeah, I think in this application, yes.
Well, it's really nice. We love to look at young people and see the potential. And we appreciate you being with us this afternoon at 3:30. James Davies and Elizabeth Taylor, thank you for making us all feel hopeful for the future. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations again. And you can find the Milwaukee Business Journal's second group of 40 under 40 winners at bizjournals.com/Milwaukee. Before we go, let's go outside. Look in Waukesha. Mild temperatures out there for January, but we could be in store for a wintry mix this week. Brian Dodd is going to let us know when when a possible storm hits. His storm team forecast next.
It's out with the old and in with the new during our January sale and clearance at Built Right. Get up to $350 off legitimate sale prices on affordable, better quality furniture and mattresses, plus up to 36 months special financing. The time for new furniture is now. Buy local at Built Right.
Wait a minute! A ladies only shower because of Jim? Oh, this sucks! That's right, I said it. And you know why? Because it does. It suckity sucks! Okay, Cheryl, let's just calm down, okay? We're gonna make this the best ladies only shower ever. We'll go in the kitchen and we'll have some tea. Tea sucks! Brian, I guess you should just go ahead and make plans for Saturday. You can thank Jim.
I will thank Jim. What's going on?
I don't know. I gave him the hugs over tap.
Want me to get him out?
I think he needs this. All right. You don't have to go to the baby shop.
I don't want to go.
I know. Just let it out.
I just got so scared.
Meet Function of Beauty, the custom shampoo the internet can't stop talking about.
Love.
Medical negligence.
That Donald.
This day, you need fast. Apply online. .com. Money's on the way with CashNet USA.
We all share the same roads, but when an accident happens, we don't always. Injuries can be severe.
I go online and learn all about my topics, and once I've mastered them, I teach them on TikTok. I didn't know that my videos were gonna go viral, but once it did, my videos helped out a lot of people throughout the world.
So I was struggling at maths at university, and I came across a TikTok tutor. His lessons were really easy to follow, and it's helped me to ace my final exams.
TikTok was able to give me a platform where I was able to help students and gain a one-to-one perspective of what students need so that I can make future videos and help people throughout the world.
Closed captioning provided by.
Are you one of the millions of Americans who experience occasional bloating, gas, or abdominal discomfort? Taking Align can help. Align contains a quality probiotic to naturally help soothe digestive upset 24/7. Try Align, the pros in digestive health.
Today, strong immunity and better nutrition are essential. That's why Eggland's Best gives you and your family more. And that's healthy news for everyone. Only Eggland's Best.
Tired of pain radiating down your leg and lower back? Get relief, finally, with MagnaLife Leg and Back Pain Relief. And get living.
Available at your local retailer.
When a client comes to our firm after an accident, we have the awesome responsibility of returning what was taken away from them. I'm Jeff Pittman. A few seconds can change your life forever. Loss of income and earning potential, past and future medical bills, pain and suffering, past, present, and future. Our clients don't seek charity, they seek justice. We are here to get you the justice you deserve. Call 333-3333 for the PKSD guarantee.
How about poor Fred Wilson? What a shame. So soon after retiring.
I hear his wife needed help with the funeral expenses.
That's ridiculous. He had Social Security.
When my brother died, his wife received a check from Social Security, all right, for $255. The funeral costs were well over $8,000. How on earth did she pay for it? Fortunately, my brother bought additional life insurance before he retired. I bet that cost a pretty penny, huh? Not with Colonial Penn. Coverage options start at just $9.95 a month. Well, less than 35 cents a day. I have it myself.
We both do.
Both of you?
That's right. Neither of us had to answer any health questions or take a physical exam. In fact, no one our age can be turned down for any health reason.
No one?
Nope.
Is this a plan that offers a lot of protection at first and then reduces it little by little each year?
No. I've had this coverage for years. My benefit never decreases as I get older.
Your rates go up every year, right?
No, not at all.
Friends keep telling friends about guaranteed acceptance whole life insurance from Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. With this coverage, your premium never increases for any reason, and your benefit won't decrease simply because you grow older. Options start at just $9.95 a month. If you're age 50 to 85, you cannot be turned down because of your health. Colonial Penn specializes in protection for mature men and women. To find out more, call now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner and this free prescription savings card that can help you save up to 80% on prescription drugs. Call 1-800-889-8080 for your free information and 2 free gifts. There's no risk. That number again is 1-800-889-8080. Call now.
Welcome back. It sounds like a sitcom plot. A big executive with a corporate job giving it all up for a simpler life on the farm. Well, that's just what our next
she realized that she was miserable in her job and wanted to do something more fulfilling. Less than 5 years after taking that leap, Meredith Bell became one of the most sought-after chicken farmers in California, even supplying Michelin-starred restaurants. How did she do it? Well, she taught herself farming 101 with help from the internet.
Hi, Cameron. My name is Meredith Bell, and I am a farmer in Bakersfield, California. Years ago, I was living in San Diego, working in food and beverage sales, and I had gotten to kind of the height of my career and had realized that for me to be happy, I needed to make a change in my life. What I really wanted to do was to be able to connect people to their food. So I found 20 acres of land in Kern County. When I started farming, I didn't know a single thing about it. So I really relied on a lot of internet searches. Been looking through videos to see, how do I build irrigation? How do I look at tractors differently? We had been farming it for about 6 months, and we're getting ready to harvest our very first crop. And the farm ended up getting completely flooded. It was the worst flood that's happened in 30 years. I sat there and looked at it like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? I have nothing. The only way I could keep this farm afloat was to raise chickens. I always imagined myself running through vegetable rows, you know? It was never about being a chicken rancher. But once we started to raise the chickens, Michelin star chefs were coming up to me and saying, I want your chicken in my restaurant. And there's definitely days where I look at it and think like, oh my gosh, what did I get myself into? And like, how certifiably crazy am I to have done this? And then other days, you know, you get customers that are like, my kids will only eat your chicken now. It makes me realize like, this is exactly what I should be doing. And through all the struggles and hardships that we face, I know that this is the path and it's the right path for me.
Joining us now from Autonomy Farms in Bakersfield, California is Meredith Bell. Meredith, I've got about 3,000 questions. Let's start at the beginning here. So what do you find on the internet when you Google how to be a farmer? What are the answers?
Oh my gosh, it can start everywhere. I mean, you know, I think it's everything from how to do irrigation, how to do drip. And a lot of it is about just the business aspects, but also just knowing what your region can grow and what your climate is and really embracing that.
So initially, you know, the plan, as you pointed out, was to be, you know, farming the land and green vegetables and all of those things that you were going to invest in. And then you had to make a pivot to raising chickens. Did you go back online to learn how to raise chickens?
Yeah, for sure. I did a ton of research both on, you know, Google and YouTube and seeing what other chicken farmers had done out there and what worked for them. And part of my situation was unique in the fact of being a woman and being on the farm alone 99% of the time. I needed to create a business model that worked for me and for my farm, and knowing that, you know, what I was doing, I wasn't going to have a lot of help. And so I was able to find, you know, different business models that I could say, okay, I could take this aspect, but I need to switch it so that way it works for, you know, me doing this alone.
I gotta tell you, my mind is blown because I think the last time I Googled anything with chicken was a recipe like how to do chicken parm. And you are Googling how to raise chickens, but how to do irrigation. I mean, looking at that video and knowing you had no background in that business, it blows my mind because this is more than throwing out a little organic feed for the chickens.
Yeah. I mean, every day, even today, you know, I still feel like we fail, but we continue to pull ourselves back up and continue to try, and we learn from our mistakes. And I think that's been the biggest thing for me is saying like, okay, I've tried this. I've tried it 3 different ways. It's not working. How can I continue to push myself and, you know, make it better?
What's so great about these chickens? Because now my mouth is salivating. What is the secret sauce for the chickens? No, that's me. The sauce for the chicken. When they're alive. What's the...
Yeah. No, I think it's like everything you do in life. If you do it with passion, you know, it's just that much better. And so,
I love it.
You know, we take a lot of care with our chickens and how they're raised and what we do with them. And, and it really carries through in the taste.
Bravo. And I can't wait to enjoy my day. Thank you, Meredith. Thank you to all of our guests. What an inspiring show. You can do it too. We'll see you next time. Thank you, TM fam.
Lucille fried it twice, prayed over it, then sent it up to God, and he swiped right.
You won't really get it until you get it. Try it now for $3.99. Your mother is a special lady.
And on her special day, you promised her a special celebration. But if slow upload speeds won't let your video call through because you have cable, just remember, you're not a bad son. You just need better internet.
AT&T Fiber delivers a faster internet experience with 20 times faster upload speeds than cable. Get AT&T Fiber, plan starting at $35 a month for a year. Limited availability in select areas. Call 1-877, only AT&T.
Ready, set, go. Live big in the 3 larger-than-life SUVs from GMC. Step up to GMC and get over $4,200 purchase cash on most 2021 Terrain models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get an additional $750 purchase allowance. We are professional-grade GMC.
TMJ4, your official Packer station. Right now at 4, Democrats are giving the Trump administration an ultimatum. Invoke the 25th Amendment or face impeachment. Both sides of the aisle are saying what they have to say ahead of the vote. Plus, the COVID vaccine rollout is going much slower than expected. What federal and local officials are now doing to speed it up. And finally, the road to the Packers Super Bowl goes through the LA Rams. What Coach Matt LaFleur is saying about this weekend's matchup. Connecting you with Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and the world. This is TMJ4 News at 4. Good afternoon, I'm Shannon Sims. The House of Representatives is preparing to vote tonight on a measure demanding that Vice President Mike Pence invoke the 25th Amendment and remove President Trump from office. If that doesn't go through, Democrats say that they are ready to move ahead in the impeachment process. Alice Barr is in Washington with the latest. House Democrats today officially making their case for immediately removing President Trump from office, accusing him of encouraging the deadly violence at the U.S. Capitol.
That the president was hell-bent on trying to challenge, undermine, and overturn the results of the election in all of the events leading up to January 6th and on January 6th.
Democrats moving forward with a resolution calling on Vice President Mike Pence to replace the president under the Constitution's 25th Amendment. One of President Trump's fiercest allies even today still questioning the election results.
No, I asked you a yes or no questions. Please, we're trying to bring this nation back together. Jim, geez.
With sources telling NBC News Pence is unlikely to act, the House is prepared to vote as early as tomorrow on one article of impeachment, accusing President Trump of, quote, inciting violence against the government of the United States.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
The president breaking his silence today while traveling to the border wall in Texas to give himself credit for what he considers a signature achievement, while refusing to take responsibility for inflaming supporters directly before they marched to attack the Capitol.
People thought that what I said was totally appropriate.
That claim sharply disputed by even some of the president's staunchest defenders. NBC News has learned the top Republican in the House, Kevin McCarthy, angrily called President Trump, urging him to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden, and that House Republican leaders do not plan to encourage GOP members to vote against impeachment, calling it a vote of conscience. House Democrats say they have the votes to impeach, but with the Senate now in recess, any impeachment trial would likely come after President Trump has already left office. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News. The FBI is now warning that people may be planning to protest in state capitals across the country. Crews in Madison were already starting to board up the Capitol building yesterday. The FBI is anticipating the demonstrations leading up to President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration on January 20th. Investigators believe that many people planning protests are members of extremist groups. And tonight, Governor Tony Evers will deliver the State of the State address. The governor will give the address virtually this year because of the pandemic. In an excerpt released ahead of the speech, Governor Evers says, quote, tonight, I'd like to dedicate this address to those who have lost this year and families, the sons, the daughters, moms and dads, grandparents and grandkids, friends, neighbors, all left behind, who, on top of everything else this past year, have had to mourn the loss of someone they loved.
Speaker Robin Vos will give the Republican response after the governor's address tonight. The address starts at 7 tonight and will be streamed on the governor's Facebook page and YouTube channel. We will also be streaming it live on our TMJ4 Facebook page and the TMJ4 app. There are new national guidelines for rolling out the coronavirus vaccine in an effort to speed up the process. First, they are recommending expanding coronavirus vaccine eligibility to everyone age 65 and older and people with pre-existing conditions such as diabetes. They also recommend stop holding back millions of doses reserved for the second round of shots and instead release them all at once. These are just guidelines and do not have to be followed by state or local officials. 25 million doses of vaccine have been delivered nationwide, but just under 9 million have been administered. The federal government wanted to have 20 million people vaccinated by the end of 2020 and 50 million by the end of this month. Here in Wisconsin, 373,000 doses have been shipped. 163,000 doses have been administered. As federal officials work to get the vaccine quicker, the Wisconsin Department of Health Services Vaccine Distribution Subcommittee is trying to decide what groups will get vaccinated next. Adriana Mendez listened in to the meeting this morning.
As vaccination rollouts continue, the state's vaccination subcommittee continues to work on who will get vaccinated next. Health officials say the most important thing is to get people vaccinated as quickly as possible.
In Tuesday's committee meeting, members agreed to include those who are 70 or older in the 1B category. According to the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, 71% of deaths and hospitalizations in the state come from that age group. The committee also discussed including in Group 1B people who live in congregate living centers. That's housing provided for 3 or more unrelated people that share bedrooms. Houses that serve those with disabilities would be an example, but committee members were split on whether to include domestic violence shelters or agriculture housing in Group 1B.
We need to be clear that with congregate living, we're talking about people at risk because they live with other non-family members.
There is an urgent need to move this process more quickly because of the new highly transmissible variant.
Another section that had committee members debating back and forth are non-frontline healthcare employees, such as the HR department, administration office, or the accounting department for hospitals.
I am very concerned that sort of including all of those individuals in 1B, when they really don't have any more risk of occupational exposure than any other person working in any other industry, really sort of is not really equitable.
Many committee members say the departments could work remotely. Others on the committee say those who work in supply chain or the IT department for hospitals are critical parts of the infrastructure.
If we don't have that people to do those key duties, we can't provide healthcare.
The committee announced 27% of people in Group 1A have been vaccinated already, and as they finish up the 1B list, the next step is to move on to defining those in Group 1C.
By defining 1B, we have largely defined 1C. At the end of the day, the most important concept for this virus is getting out as much vaccine as quickly as possible.
The decisions made will now go out for public comment as the committee continues to revise its recommendations. Reporting Milwaukee, Adriana Mendez, TMJ4 News.
All right, now to the state of education. More school districts will be sending students back to the classroom. In a 6-1 vote last night, the school board in South Milwaukee decided to have elementary school students return to the classroom. They will use a hybrid model starting January 18th. Middle and high school students will do the same a week later. The goal would be to have all students in classrooms by early February. School districts in Menominee Falls, Port Washington, Saukville, and Greenfield also all approved plans to move towards in-person learning. For more on your school's reopening plan, simply head to tmj4.com/rebound. And a reminder, you can find information on how to get tested and where you stand in line for the vaccine at tmj4.com. Storm Team 4 now, meteorologist Brian Batter joining us with the Storm Chaser. Out and about, where are you today?
I'm just listening to my son. He just got off the school bus explaining his day, how he got extra, 10 minutes of recess? You didn't get it? You got, oh, man. That's too, see? Great day for extra minutes of recess out there. Look at this. Shannon, it is sunny in Milwaukee, Waukesha, and points to the south. Here we are in Ozaukee County. Another great day. 34 degrees. Wind chill is 27. Cassie, when's the last time you had recess? Wind chills are in the lower to mid-20s. There's the cloud cover, the gray sky from Green Bay down to about Port Washington and over toward Green Lake. Look at the clearing to the west. It's a brief clearing this evening because, look at, there's more clouds coming in from Minnesota and Iowa. So the clouds will increase overnight tonight. Another mild night with temperatures in the upper 20s. Great for the heating bill. And tomorrow, the warmest day of the week. How warm will it get? And what about that wintry mix? We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, thanks, Brian. Well, it's win or go home. The Packers and their high-flying offense take on the Rams and their tough defense this weekend. Lance Allen breaks down the playoff matchup.
Sometimes the old phrase is true. Statistics are for losers. But in this case, they show Packers' strength versus Rams' strength as the league's #1 scoring offense in Green Bay takes on the #1 scoring defense in LA.
Especially with my knowledge of, what they've done offensively, and I think they have done a nice job of evolving. Sometimes you can screw up your own coaches, so I don't want to give too much input on it. Certainly I'm always there if they have a question on something, or if I see something on tape that I'll bring up, but for the most part I think it kind of gets a little overblown.
The Packers' concerned about offensive line depth. Jared Veldheer played for the team last year, and he's brought back. Interesting to note, the offensive tackle would be the first player in NFL history to play playoff games for different teams in the same season if he plays in Saturday's game. He did play for the Colts last week against the Bills. Lance Allen, TMJ4 Sports.
All right, thanks, Lance. Well, up next, President Trump has been banned from social media platforms, and some people are claiming it violates the First Amendment. But is that true? We asked the legal experts about what is allowed and what is not.
Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
They are the best law office in the state of Wisconsin.
Do you suffer from ED? Did you know there could be a way to relieve ED without harmful medications, needles, or surgery? Peak Performance for Men is here to help. Click or call now to treat your ED. And remember, our results make the difference.
For over 65 years, Blaine's Farm and Fleet has been the place to find quality tools at great prices. We're your hardware headquarters with everything you need to start and finish this year's DIY projects. Like $60 off this DeWalt drill driver kit, just $99. This Bucket Boss suspension rig, $44.99. Plus, don't miss our tool trade-in event. Bring in old power or hand tools and get exclusive trade-in savings on select new tools.
I am so touched when a patient says they can't stop smiling and looking in the mirror. It's meaningful to be able to give people not just their smiles back, but their lives back. When you come in, you are going to get the most exceptional dental implant treatment. We have the answers and we can help. Come meet us and get a complete understanding of our unique all-in-one approach.
Dinner with the Drakes tonight? Alexa, ask Buick to start my Encore GX. 4 fillets.
Notice dinner's for their
Kids. Thanks for watching them.
Where's the pizza?
The Buick Encore GX. Get this low mileage lease on this 2021 Encore GX without remote start for around $259 per month. Plus, current eligible lessees can get $1,500 lease cash.
A cancer diagnosis doesn't have to make you feel powerless. Because at Cancer Treatment Centers of America, there's power in specialists who relentlessly pursue treatment options for your individual cancer. And doctors who take the time to answer every question. There's power in rapid test results and appointments in as little as 24 hours. So you wait less and worry less. Now in network with most insurance plans. Call now.
Throw your house to Homebusters, your local We Buy Ugly Houses people with over 20 years experience. Some of these startup home buyers haven't been in business in 20 minutes. Our know-how means we'll close as promised. Homebusters, America's #1 cash home buyer at WeBuyUglyHouses.com.
Zoe is back, and she's a pure joy.
certified fresh and like nothing else on TV.
I was never here.
Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist, new tonight on NBC.
I'll tell you what I know. You'll love this story.
Why didn't you try to find me? What stopped her?
I had a child. I don't know where he is.
This is Us, tonight on NBC.
Well, this week, the internet and airwaves are filled with cries of free speech and accusations of First Amendment violations after the major tech companies banned President Trump from posting. So are those companies allowed to take that type of action? And if they are, should they? NBC's Chris Pallone takes a look.
Despite what your friend says on Facebook, President Trump is not having his First Amendment right to free speech taken away by the big social media companies. The First Amendment solely deals with the government's role in suppressing public expression.
But what the First Amendment does not prohibit is private businesses from making their own rules.
People who use sites like Facebook and Twitter agree to abide by their terms of service when they sign up. In banning the president, Twitter cited fears of further violence after last week's insurrection by Trump supporters at the Capitol.
If you do not like the policies of one social media platform, you're allowed to go to use another one.
But some social media sites like Parler are finding it hard to navigate the free market. The site, favored lately by conservatives and even far-right extremists, was taken down Monday after its web host Amazon said moderators didn't do enough to remove violent and threatening posts.
We never promoted that kind of violence or anything like that. We would have never condoned it.
But because internet companies can prohibit whatever they want, should they?
Now, we're about to get into a great debate in this country about regulating in some fashion more than they're regulated now.
Undoubtedly, the nation's tech companies will draw criticism if they apply their own standards inconsistently.
Having this fine line out there becomes difficult. Are we judiciously cutting with a sword or a scalpel to determine that line between the two?
A tumultuous time for private social media services, which have become indispensable for millions. Chris Pallone, NBC News.
All right, well, still ahead, the first cases of gorillas catching coronavirus. But first, some mild winter weather as we take a live look outside, the sun setting. Meteorologist Brian Goddard will be back with his full Force 4 Storm Team forecast.
If you love the Packers, you'll love Packers Live.
Every week, we're talking green and gold.
He threatens the defense when he just steps onto the field.
Every tackle. Every touchdown.
I thought it was really well done on the offensive side of the football.
From end zone to end zone, don't miss Packers Live.
This is what 2020 is going to be all about.
Packers Live, tonight at 6:30 on TMJ4. Your official Packers station.
It's your last chance for Ashley Home Store's New Year's sale. Save big these final days. Plus, interest-free financing for 5 years. And a bonus 5% discount off our sale prices. Ashley Home Store.
Menards is here to help you turn your house into your home. Updating your bathroom is a great way to express your style. And it will add value to your home. The Ensemble Shower from Sterling has a 3-piece modular design that will fit right where your old shower once was. These showers offer plenty of storage space with built-in shelves. This 60 by 34 Ensemble shower is $494.97. Now, during Menards Project Day sale.
Save big money at Menards.
During this time of uncertainty, we're here for you. That's why we are working remotely to serve our clients and our community. We offer a fully remote digital sign-up process for new clients. Our team and our technology allow us to help you from the safety and comfort of your own home. And as always, we offer free consultations, and there is never a fee until we win your case. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
The world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate, available on the GMC Sierra. Step up to GMC and get $5,500 purchase cash on 2021 Sierra Light Duty Crew Cab models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get an additional $750 purchase allowance. We are professional grade GMC.
Outdated bathroom, old fixtures, mold, mildew? Call Tight Seal Bats. We'll transform your old bathroom from this to this. in as little as just one day. Tight Seal Baths is Southeast Wisconsin's #1 bathroom remodeler. American-made products, easy maintenance, lifetime warranty. But don't take our word for it. Listen to what our customers have to say.
I'm confident in the reliability, even after the install.
My new shower is great. I would definitely recommend Tight Seal.
It's our 30th anniversary sale. Save 30% on a complete bath remodel or pay no interest for 36 months. Plus, get a $300 Amazon gift card with your purchase. There's never been a better time to update your bathroom. Fast, easy, and professionally installed. Call 1-800-GREAT-BATH or book online. Free no obligation pricing. Tight Seal Baths. Get the bathroom you deserve.
Storm Team 4 now, Brian Goddard joining us. The sun is setting here, but it's very gloomy where you are.
Keski agrees. Everywhere I'm at, it's gloomy. What are you laughing about? Earlier when I said, when's the last time he had recess? He says every day's recess when he's with me. Then he goes home for nap time because he's exhausted. I don't know if it's a compliment or not, but I'll take it. Hey, we're warming ourselves up. Boy, that sun looks great. Look at that. That is beautiful. But yes, to the north of Milwaukee, it is gloomy. And I don't think we're going to see the sun before it sets. Waukeshaw's enjoying the sun. There's a person walking his bike on the Riverwalk. That's probably smart because if you go a little faster, the wind chill's going to be in the teens. Right now, the wind chill's 21. Feels like 22 in Watertown, 26 in Sheboygan at this hour, 33 in Burlington. Just updated to 32. And see, that's live data right there as we're talking. It changed. How about that? That's pretty fancy. I keep hitting that wrong button. I got to make that button bigger. I got to get smaller fingers. All right, so there's the wind chill once again. Here's your headlines. Tomorrow, the warmest day of the week, we could hit 40 degrees, but it's going to be gloomy. Go figure. Thursday, Friday, that wintry mix changing over to snow moves in. And then behind that system, a colder weekend, but not Arctic, just getting back to where we should be, not in the mid to upper 30s. There's the gray sky to the north of Milwaukee, clearing to the west, but it's brief because there are more clouds coming in from Minnesota and Iowa that will be here overnight. And like the past couple of nights, it will act as a blanket, keeping us warm in the mid to upper 20s, which are your typical high temperatures. No need for the sunglasses tomorrow. It will be dreary all day long, but it's going to be mild. The commuter forecast, roads are in great shape, just cloud cover and upper 30s as you're driving home. Now, Thursday will be a different issue when you have to deal with that wintry mix. There'll be mainly wet roads on Thursday evening and then Friday morning, some snow-covered roads. So yes, I think probably you're going to have to do some shoveling on Friday. We haven't done that now in about a week and a half to 2 weeks. And it's nothing major, but we will have to do some shoveling. Clouds move back in overnight tonight, so tomorrow is a dreary day, but it is a mild day with temperatures close to 40. And then on Thursday, here comes that wintry mix in the morning hours. This is before noon, but the snow off to the west changes over to a little bit of rain before it changes over to all snow late afternoon and into the evening. We could pick up about 1 inch of snow by around midnight Friday morning. And then as it continues to snow, we could have about 1 to 2 across most of southeastern Wisconsin and some isolated 3-inch amounts to the northwest. Nothing like that to worry about. Tomorrow morning will be in the upper 20s and cloudy. A high temperature near 40 tomorrow. 38 as well on Thursday with that wintry mix. So Thursday evening, the roads will be wet. Friday morning, snow covered. And then the weekend, mid to upper 20s, wind chills in the teens, and some flurries. That's back to normal. I like those kind of cold fronts. Nothing that's Arctic yet, Shannon.
It all sounds Arctic to me. Thanks. Well, helping people struggling with addiction or mental illness survive and thrive. This afternoon, how a local woman who overcame incredible odds is using her story to inspire others. That's noon at 4:30.
The Storm Team 4 7-day forecast, sponsored by Advocate Aurora. Visit our online resource guide for the latest information and COVID-19 symptom checkup. We're in this together.
Moved into the path of an annual migration? That's an innovation occasion. Innovation from the freezer aisle to your mouth, anytime, anywhere.
If you're at home thinking about your financial plan, so are we. Prudential helps 1 in 7 Americans with their financial needs. That's over 25 million people. With over 90 years of investment experience, our thousands of financial professionals can help with secure video chat or on the phone. We make it easy for you with online tools, e-signatures, and no medical exam life insurance. Plan for better days. Go to Prudential.com or talk to an advisor.
When you're the victim of an accident, it can feel like the weight of the entire world is on your shoulders. Why not let us take that crippling burden off your back? Habish, and Rotier. We fight for what's right.
Renewal by Anderson.
I put off replacing my old, inefficient windows for years. It can be tricky. Hiring contractors, choosing the right windows, and getting them properly installed. I wanted the job done fast, and I wanted it done right. So I called these guys, the experts at Renewal by Anderson. They have the full package, a legendary quality product installed by experts with a great warranty. Best of all for me, they can be in and out in less than 1 day. Plus, this month, save 20% off your entire project with a free upgrade of TrueSeam screen. I heard that over 98% of Renewal by Anderson customers are happy with the experience. And happy's good. Renewal by Anderson. You'll love your new windows.
Renewal by Anderson. We love our new windows.
Hey, it's Dee Dee in the morning. This new normal we're facing is challenging, but just always know that we're here for you. We're going to keep you updated with everything you need to know, and we'll also give you the one thing that everybody needs in times like this, a good laugh, all right? Dee Dee in the morning, weekdays from 5 to 10 on Jammin' 98.3.
Don't you dare.
Caught in the act of sibling persuasion?
Get down.
That's an innovation occasion. Innovation from the freezer aisle to your mouth. Anytime, anywhere.
The pandemic is creating serious issues for older people who live alone.
It's a community's responsibility to protect all of our adults at risk.
Self-neglect, even abuse. The signs that a senior could be in trouble. That's tomorrow morning at 10 to 7 on TMJ4 News Today.
All right, welcome back. Well, the San Diego Zoo may have the world's first gorilla case of COVID-19. Several of its primates have tested positive. The zoo's executive director says that 8 of the gorillas live together and the others have been coughing. So this is the first reported case for gorillas. Here at the zoo, animals have tested positive in the past. The San Diego Zoo has been closed to the public since early December. Although bugs can creep some of us out, we need them in our ecosystem, and they are disappearing at an alarming rate. A global study found Earth is losing 1 to 2% of its insects every year. Scientists attribute it to things like climate change, insecticides, light pollution, invasive species, and changes in agriculture. Well, who is Aaron Rodgers? One of the upcoming guest hosts of Jeopardy! Yes, special guest hosts are lining up to host Jeopardy next month after the death of longtime host Alex Trebek. Rodgers has been a huge fan of the show and won his game of Celebrity Jeopardy! Get this, back in 2015. Well, thanks for joining us today at 4. We've got much more news ahead on TMJ4 News at 4:30.
Injured? Call Gendlin, Liverman, and Reimer. Just dial 7.
We fight insurance companies to get what you deserve.
Call Gendlin, Liverman, and Reimer. Just dial 7.
It's time for Johnson's Home Furnishings annual January sale. This is the one to be excited about as there are huge savings throughout the store. Get geared up for Johnson's huge January sale.
I'm very proud of my dad, Jim Krause, who served our country in Korea and was awarded the Bronze Star. At Krause, we are committed to helping veterans receive the benefits to which they are entitled. These benefits at a veteran cemetery can save thousands of dollars. Bring us a copy of your discharge papers. You honorably served our country. It's our honor to serve you.
Your mother is a special lady, and on her special day, you promised her a special celebration. But if slow upload speeds won't let your video call through, because you have cable, just remember, you're not a bad son. You just need better internet.
AT&T Fiber delivers a faster internet experience with 20 times faster upload speeds than cable. Get AT&T Fiber, plan starting at $35 a month for a year. Limited availability in select areas. Call 1-877, only AT&T.
Make your home weather tight with our buy one, get one volume discount. Now's the perfect time to replace your old windows, doors, siding, or roofing. Because the more you buy, the more you save. For details, visit WeathertightCorp.com.
With dental implants from Eon Clinics, you'll be able to smile and eat your favorite foods again. Call 844-365-SMILE to schedule your free consultation or online at eonclinics.com.
During this time of uncertainty, we're here for you. That's why we are working remotely to serve our clients and our community. We offer a fully remote digital sign-up process for new clients. Our team and our technology allow us to help you from the safety and comfort of your own home. And as always, we offer free consultations, and there is never a fee until we win your case. Gruber's offices. One call, that's all.
At US Cellular, we're building a powerful 5G network that works without interruption in the places you wouldn't expect. And with every plan at US Cellular, you get access to 5G at no additional charge. So no matter where you are, US Cellular's network always keeps you connected in the places you need it most. At US Cellular, all of our plans include 5G and get unlimited data for just $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular.
It's time for Johnson's Home Furnishings annual January sale. This is the one to be excited about as there are huge savings throughout the store. Get geared up for Johnson's huge January sale.
Connecting you with Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and the world. This is TMJ4 News at 4:30. Well, thanks for staying with us at 4:30. The FBI is warning police departments at state capitals across the country. Prepare for armed protests starting this weekend. Crews in Madison already starting to board up the Capitol building. It comes in the wake of congressional attempts to remove President Trump from office and ahead of Biden's inauguration next week. Chris Pallone has the latest.
In Washington and at state capitals across the country, a heightened state of security after last week's D.C. insurrection and warnings from the FBI that more armed protests and attacks are possible.
It's virtually unprecedented to see this kind of broad yet specific intelligence bulletin go out to everyone.
The FBI sent a memo to law enforcement agencies across the country warning of possible armed protests starting this weekend.
We continue to gather intelligence that will aid in our ability to disrupt possible future violent activity.
And security officials warned Democratic members of the House Monday about specific threats to the Capitol surrounding the inauguration. One member on the call said it was chilling and horrific.
They're right to be concerned. It's right to be prepared. What's appalling about what happened on January 6th is the lack of preparation. We can't repeat that mistake.
President Trump still taking no responsibility for inciting last week's mob in Washington with his address to supporters, but is calling for calm for the inauguration.
We want no violence, never violence. We want absolutely no violence.
For the inaugural, there will be a tight perimeter around the Capitol with thousands of police and National Guard on the streets. And now the Senate Minority Leader is calling for travel restrictions for those caught participating in last week's incursion.
The people, the insurrectionists who breached the U.S. Capitol fall under the definition of threats to the homeland and should be immediately added to the TSA no-fly list.
A little more than a week before the traditional transfer of power in the U.S., with fears this time it might not be peaceful. Chris Pallone, NBC News.
Congress is expected to issue an ultimatum to Vice President Pence today. Remove President Trump or they will. The House of Representatives plan a roll call vote tonight asking Vice President Pence and the cabinet that's left to remove President Trump for inciting violence against the government. If Pence says no, which sources say he will, the next step is impeachment as early as tomorrow. Today, President Trump defended his speech before the riot, while Democrats say he is to blame for inciting it.
If you read my speech, and many people have done it, and I've seen it both in the papers and in the media, on television, it's been analyzed, and people thought that what I said was totally appropriate.
The only way we can unify our country is to hold all those accountable who engaged in this attack, including the man who incited it, Donald Trump.
If it gets to that point, President Trump would be the first president in history to be impeached twice. Racine police arrest a woman after she admitted to abusing a man in an adult living facility. An employee, Amia Matson, was seen on video kicking a man with diminishing capacity in the head and hands multiple times until he fell to the ground. The man was then seen on video completely naked with his ankles bound. The woman told police she wanted to prove to her friends how difficult her job is. She's being charged with abuse and false imprisonment. Now to the latest on the coronavirus. The vaccine rollout is going much slower than first anticipated. 25 million doses of vaccine have been delivered nationwide, but just under 9 million have actually been administered. Here in Wisconsin, 373,000 doses have been shipped, and 163,000 doses have actually been administered. So far, that's behind the vaccine rollout. Maya Rodriguez is getting the answers.
Despite the lightning-fast development of several COVID-19 vaccines,
relax your arm to your side.
Operation Warp Speed is now hitting speed bumps when it comes to actually administering the needed shots.
The issue is not the supply of the vaccine. The issue is not being able to get enough people injected with the vaccine.
The federal government set a goal of having 20 million people vaccinated against COVID-19 by the end of 2020, starting with healthcare workers and the elderly in December. But according to the CDC, nearly 2 weeks into the new year, about 9 million people have received an initial dose. And the numbers are even smaller for those who've received their second required shot, just about 379,000. Says the delay.
There's not enough delivered to the states, and then you can see there's this discrepancy between the number of doses that were delivered to the states according to the tracker and the number of doses that were administered.
But Dr. Lee says why that is happening isn't clear at any government level.
There is not enough transparency in terms of where the issues are and where the problems are, because if you don't have that transparency, you can't solve the problem.
Dr. Lee says the solution? More federal involvement.
Ultimately, this is of national concern, so the federal government needs to organize and coordinate the entire vaccine supply chain.
As it stands now, the timeline for when everyone can get the vaccine is getting pushed further back. Even if 1 million people get vaccinated every day, which they aren't even close to right now, it would take 6 months for the shot to reach just half of the country's 330 million people.
And there are lives that we will continue to lose that we could have saved. So this is really, really serious business.
A health crisis that could continue to stretch well into 2021. In Washington, I'm Maya Rodriguez.
All right, let's talk about the weather where we find Brian Goddard out there, ready for whatever is coming our way, which is not Arctic air, as you told us earlier.
Right. Not Arctic, just getting back to normal. I mean, we've been kind of spoiled the last, 2 months, which has been nice. It's great on the heating bills. And some of you have been spoiled today with that afternoon sunshine that we were expecting. We knew it was going to be a gloomy start. There's the sun setting. Unfortunately, where I am at, north of Milwaukee, no sun. Thought we'd see it. But that's going to be it, because clouds roll back in this evening, and it will be cloudy the next couple of days with the next storm system. Wind is around 5 to 15. Wind chills are in the low to mid-20s inland to the upper 20s along the lake. There is that clearing line out to Madison, but notice here come the next batch of clouds already up towards La Crosse, Rochester, and Mason City, Iowa. So for tonight, becoming mostly cloudy once again. Temperatures staying in the upper 20s for low temperatures. That's where you're really saving a lot of money in your heating bills, because we're not dropping into the single digits or teens like we should be. We're staying close to that freezing mark, which is fantastic. Tomorrow, the warmest day of the week, ahead of the next storm system. What it brings for us, coming up in a few minutes.
All right, well, if you are working from home, do you need to pay income taxes where your office is located? Up next, one, some people want to stop that tax collection and what you need to know before paying your taxes this year.
Wisconsin claims its unemployment backlog is over, thanks to Google, but an I-team investigation found people are still dealing with major problems.
If they overpaid me, why should I be at fault?
Tonight at 10 on TMJ4 News.
At Cousin Subs, loyalty has its rewards. You love a made-to-order grilled cheesesteak, right? Join the club. You love Wisconsin cheese curds, right? Join the club. You love rewards too, right? Then join the club. The Cousins Club, where you earn points on every purchase, and those points are redeemable on all your favorites. So download the app or Sign up online and start earning today.
Cousin subs. And now, double points for the end of the month.
Dinner with the Drakes. Tonight? Alexa, ask Buick to start my Encore GX. 4 fillets.
You notice dinners for their...
Thanks for watching them.
Where's the pizza?
Encore GX. Get $3,500 purchase cash on 2020 Buick Encore GX models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get an additional $750 allowance.
For over 65 years, Blaine's Farm and Fleet has been the place to find quality tools at great prices. We're your hardware headquarters with everything you need to start and finish this year's DIY projects. Like $30 off this Milwaukee drill driver kit, now just $169. 15% off all GE light bulbs. Plus, don't miss our tool trade-in event. Bring in old power or hand tools and get exclusive select tools.
I'm Vanessa, and I was injured by a hit-and-run driver. I made one call, and that's all.
Gruber Law Offices. Call, that's all.
Gruber Law Offices make me feel like family.
Are you suffering from chronic knee pain, arthritis, or osteoarthritis of the knee? Have you been told that you need risky knee replacement surgery? If so, call the number below to check if you're a candidate for a new revolutionary Medicare-approved treatment. This treatment is helping thousands of Americans find lasting relief from knee pain without pills or surgery. Rejuvenex's innovative treatments are FDA-approved and use a naturally occurring lubricant that is already found within the body. Rejuvenex's non-surgical knee treatment introduces this all-natural lubricant into the knee joint, where it covers and shields the carpet surfaces, allowing your knee to regain a smoother, more comfortable range of motion, significantly reducing pain and increasing mobility. This increasingly popular treatment is approved by Medicare and many other health insurance plans, and is considered a breakthrough alternative to traditional knee pain treatment and surgery. So if you're tired of living with knee and joint pain, or are seeking an alternative to surgery, call the number on your screen right now and learn more about this state-of-the-art natural knee pain treatment today.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be in those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. If you are one of thousands of people in the Milwaukee area still working from home, wondering you will still have to pay income tax to where your office was located. Consumer reporter John Matarese reports on the growing number of people who want to reflection so you don't waste your money.
Millions of people are now working from home, with the pandemic shutting down their offices. But a growing number of them are asking why they still have to pay taxes to a city they no longer work in. On this suburban street, people who used to commute from home. Austin Herman left his downtown office in March, still has to pay city income tax.
I don't vote for the city council there. I don't get the services anymore, and I still have to pay.
It's real money. If you earn $60,000 a year, a 2% income tax costs you $1,200 a year to a city where you don't get services.
Taxation without representation to me, I mean, that's an issue, right? Like, I'm surprised they can still do that.
But even though you're working at a computer in your room or your kitchen, cities say your employer is still located within their boundaries, and they still need your hard to be solved in these tough times.
If we had this federal loss of revenue, especially our larger cities, we're going to see a challenge in funding police and fire, which makes up about 80% of their general operating budget.
Kent Scarrett represents cities.
This is Tony. How can I help you today?
He tells me if remote workers stopped paying tax, some cities would face bankruptcy, be forced to lay off essential workers. But Austin says there has to be a better way.
We're going to have to get creative to find better ways to fund these services going forward, not just during the pandemic.
However, most states now have laws in place to continue taxing remote workers, at least until the pandemic ends. As always, don't waste it. I'm John Matters, TMJ4.
All right, here's a live look outside as the sun begins to set. Ronald's Brian Goddard will be back with his full forecast.
My husband's parents were visiting, and I brought them a home-cooked meal. Except my boss had a different idea. He tells me hold your horses. I call my husband. There's plans, and he's like, quick trip.
ghost struck. We were taking a walk late in the afternoon, which we usually do. And,
The very vast majority of our history is lost, as there was no way to record history before we started civilizations. What is the biggest secret being kept from mankind? Our insignificance and how little anything that we do matters. Unless we're talking about the top 1% who can make a call on things like nuclear war, serious environmental damage and allocation of funds, then we're all replaceable, although in some cases very expensive, cog in a huge machine. How do you think that the general public would react if they knew the true insignificance of their existence? Revolt. That's why we need to be fed feel-good products and media, but not too good. Gotta throw in a little fear, to keep us all compliant in the grand scheme of things. There is no Illuminati, just big business and where most of us fit in making the wheels turn. The end game is the same for everyone, but the rewards differ depending on what you earn and who you are. We don't live on an actual planet moving through space in an expanding universe. It only appears as though we do. It's an illusion. The truth is that we are all living inside a super advanced, hyper-realistic holodeck complex superstructure probably not bigger than the planet Jupiter. Everything is holographically projected. The way this is done is genius. We are all three-dimensional creatures and all the matter we see around us is also three-dimensional, but our spatial environment is actually 9D, string theory. All the floors, walls and ceilings of the holodecks are covered in holographic projector arrays, and these arrays are made of the other 6 dimensions that we can't see or feel. Yet they project all the 3D matter of our reality. They even project our souls onto our bodies. Hell, they even project the entire multiverse inside this superstructure that is probably no bigger than the planet Jupiter. This creates the illusion that we are living in an enormous expanding universe. But we're not. And this is so obvious, the scientific community must be aware of it at the higher echelons. It explains so much, like emergence and fine-tuning. I believe we are all part of a giant experiment studying evolution, consciousness projection, and hopefully heaven creation. The true nature of our reality is being kept secret from us. Not a secret as such, but I don't think people fully understand how much AI is already embedded into our everyday lives. So many decisions are made based on data that I don't believe mankind is truly in control anymore. Donald Trump being elected as leader of the free world, the UK voting for Brexit, both results that were largely attributable to technological influences, social media, MSM, that are slowly taking away people's ability to think for themselves, largely due to humans being incapable of handling such a data overload. Already we're allowing technology making our decisions for us, and the majority don't even realize it. This is how it began.
Going on my 30th year.
4th year apprentice.
For over 36 years. 22 years now.
Our decisions for us, and the majority don't even realize it. This is how it begins. I personally believe that the biggest secret to mankind is where the universe had originated, along with us as humans and how we came to be. I don't believe the biggest secrets of our history lie on one planet alone. Our world seems far too small to be the only place where puzzle pieces were set for the origin of our existence. I believe that within the history of the universe we would find the events that occurred that had triggered our first human. At the moment, and to my knowledge, all we have now is fragments of human history. The very vast majority of our history as humans is lost, as there was no way to record history before we started civilizations. DNA and bones are all we have found, and can only make educated guesses. But what firm evidence could we find that would prove our full history of the planet, universe, and origin story of mankind? That you never actually die, you're always reborn. I always think of it the first time I heard, nothing can be created nor destroyed. If everyone knew that death had endless cycles of new life, people would be less likely to stick around in circumstances that drain them. If your life sucks, boom, and you're reborn into something you might like this time, maybe even a different planet. If people's lives were never officially over and there was no separate place like heaven and hell, the people who want control of the world would be unable to manage masses, leaving them helpless. Not so much a secret, but I think there are events that happened in the past we'll never know about that would blow our minds. Same thing for people who are interesting, incredible, unique, super talented, etc. that were never documented. Recording history has always been shoddy at best, especially the further back you go. I bet even if we went back 150 years there would be things that occurred that would be historically incredible, but since they weren't recorded we'll never know about them. That 99.9% of all people are going to be genetically irrelevant in the next 500 years. Their labor will be replaced with robots and AI. That means they spent their lives being debt slaves while also financing and raising the soon-to-be last generation of debt slaves. We've already made alien contact and they want nothing to do with us. To say it isn't possible to travel incredible distances based on the physics we've currently discovered is like a man telling his friend 2,000 years ago that a cell phone is impossible because their scientists have no proof that it is. For all we know, they could be millions of years more advanced than us. At that point, it would be like waving your hand above an ant and them not noticing you. We're talking billions of galaxies, then bring in the possibility of multiple universes, and we're the only advanced ones? It takes a real puny brain to think that way. I think the allegiance between America and Russia was never broken after World War II and has never been broken since. The governments of the two countries may have riled their respective citizens into fervent hatred for the other country. But ultimately, the constant proxy wars enable both countries to basically divide up the world amongst them and strengthen both their militaries and economies to the point where neither country could dominate the other. But no country, save China, who clearly has also been put into the allegiance by now, could challenge them. In 1984, the citizens are all forced to fall in line by fear of the countries they were at war with, but it's sort of hinted at that the wars don't actually exist, and the other two countries may not even exist. Funny that this book came out right after World War II ended, which was the same exact time the three unconquerable countries now rose to power. There is no grand conspiracy or grand plan or any shadow powerful order. Everything is chaotic and random, and occasionally there are people who were greatly benefited by the chaos, and it's only because of confirmation bias and history being written by the winners that we think there's a thread. At best you have a government conspiracy, but worldwide? Absolutely no chance. And if you don't believe it, try project managing 10 plus people and tell them not to tell anyone else. The greatest unknown, that the overarching supposition of TV news, that the natural state of things is to go well and will do so if the corrupted and the stupid are continually exposed, is the greatest falsehood ever. And that it persists only because corruption and stupidity make obscene amounts of money available to those perpetuating belief in it. The ability of TV news to censor all sustained, deep analysis of its effects on society is the greatest existential threat to liberal democracy. Read Virginia Postrel's works. I feel like something or someone in America is trying to tear us apart. There's no way we are this divided. I've talked to many people who have different political views, and we actually agreed on quite a bit without any heated moments and went off of common sense, and I mean a lot of people. I think the media and people in the government are trying to turn us against each other for some reason. It's really to a point now where if you like Biden, you're a socialist/communist rioting looting Democrat, and if you like Trump, you're a racist Nazi fool. It shouldn't be like this. I've talked to both sides, and we shouldn't literally fight constantly over political views. Most of us are not like any of those things I listed, but the media only highlights those people for clicks, which leads to attention and money and so on, for making the opposing party look foolish. It's to a point where Obama undid things and Trump undid his things and talked bad, and Biden will undo his things and talks bad, and it's just non-stop fighting. We should be moving forward for what's right and common sense, not standing in deep water constantly fighting with each other. I mean, look at the election limo, it's nearly half and half. This country is completely divided, and whatever is happening between the two sides is a lot bigger than any of us can really comprehend. It's also always politicians talking down to people who oppose their views. I would like to bring light and show people my way that would benefit the majority of people. I wouldn't call Democrats names, and I wouldn't call Republicans names. We should all be one and united to move forward out of this BS, seriously. I mean, over 327 million people, that's 327 million people. And we get Biden and Trump at the top of the leader status. It's either a money or fame status thing, or it's in relations or something. We still have no idea how ancient megalithic structures were constructed. All over the world we see polygonal megalithic stone structures. South America, Europe, Africa, Middle East, China, Japan, India, Thailand, etc. Hardened stones that weigh several tons, quarried, moved and cut perfectly to fit together like a jigsaw puzzle, in the exact same style as each other, but thousands of miles apart. Supposedly at a time when global travel was impossible. Did all of these civilizations come to the same construction techniques by chance? Unlikely. Some of the stones found that have been excavated weigh 1,000 tons. It's possible they were going to be cut further before placement, but we see granite stones in place in the pyramids that weighed 80 tons and were transported 800 kilometers. Archaeologists still stand by their theory that the Great Pyramid of Khufu was built in 20 years. It's made up of 2.3 million blocks of stone, each weighing 2.5 tons, with much larger and heavier blocks making up the inner chambers. This means they would have to quarry, cut, transport and place 342 blocks each and every day, 24/7 for 20 years, around 14 blocks per hour. There are many theories people used to dismiss. It's easy to say, oh, they used wooden rollers and transported them by water, but there have been several attempts to reenact some of these techniques, and they are all highly inefficient. While possible, you certainly wouldn't be able to build a pyramid that big and precise. The entire structure has a tolerance of no more than 4.4 centimeters on its side measurements. Each side is 230 meters. The more I look into these constructions, the more I think we've either lost technology, are hiding it, or simply have no idea how these were built. It does explain why stonemasons and Masonic temples were held in such high regard. They knew these secrets and used them to leverage power. Interestingly, there was a Latvian stonemason who moved to America. He lived from 1887 to 1951. Under the cover of darkness, he constructed something known as the Coral Castle in Florida. The entire structure is made from coral blocks, each weighing several tons. This 5 feet tall, sickly man cut, moved and placed all of these stones by himself. When asked about it, he said, I understand the laws of weight and leverage, and I know the secrets of the people who built the pyramids. To this day, no one knows how he built the Coral Castle, and it's a secret he unfortunately took to his death.
January at Jimmy John's, use promo code FREESIDE to get a free side with the purchase of any 8-inch or 16-inch sandwich. That's free chips, a cookie, or a jumbo pickle. It's time for Sandwich to pick a side. Just use FREESIDE online or on the app.
Still lots of room, just more to view. Still the big move, just more moving. Still singing, just more in tune. The Chevy family of SUVs, making life's journey just better.
No one's hiding anything anymore. But people are stupid. They police themselves. You can say anything and have it be the truth. They will just mock, insult, call you a liar and lock it with the words they have been taught, conspiracy theory and hoax. Meanwhile, the most absurd lies they will call truth and attack anyone who says otherwise. Everything is easy now. And if they know something, they will make noises with the holes in their faces and look to someone else, some authority figure, to solve it and do nothing themselves. We are one. This sounds super cheesy and woo-woo, but in my head, it's not. My mind was blown by Alan Watts, the book, On the Taboo of Knowing Who You Are. I can't really put it into words, but he describes how we are conditioned to believe we are separate beings. My experience is different to yours, but that doesn't mean I am separate to you. I am a different expression of the universe, and so are you. Some quotes from the book that sum it up well in my mind. When babies are born, we say they are coming into this world, but they are not coming in, they are coming out of it. As trees have leaves and the ocean has waves, the universe has people. Why does this matter? If we believe we are separate, then we can be hurt, we can hurt others. We defend our opinions and religions because they maintain the illusion we are separate. If I look at you and know you are a part of the world, just as I am, I have no reason to be hurt by you, to want to hurt you or to feel defensive in any way. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell for more creepy secrets. Click the right box for the Existential Crisis playlist. Let us know in the comments what you think about these secrets. Pink used to be used as the common boy's color and blue was the girl's color. What's a totally random, obscure fact? At the time of the French Revolution, the majority of people in France did not speak French. They spoke regional languages, Occitan, Breton, Basque. The monopoly game was created by anti-capitalists to prove that capitalism was unfair, but it got stolen by the actual owners who trademarked it and made millions. They also removed the small lines that says it is about how bad capitalism is in real life. Anti-monopoly tried to correct this by including this story in their game that opposes capitalists and socialists. This one potentially changed the course of history. Kaiser Wilhelm II of the German Empire was the ruler of Germany during World War I. Though technically a constitutional monarchy at the time, Germany, and its military especially, operated more like an autocratic monarchic state. The top ranks of the German military relied on the personal patronage of the Kaiser for career advancement. Thing is, he was a bit of a man-child. So instead of a jump, how high, situation, it was more like here's a dress, it'd be funny if you marched around. In 1908, Field Marshal Dietrich von Hülsen-Hissler was the top-ranking German officer and was only 56 years old. He died that year of a heart attack, while marching around for Kaiser dressed in a tutu and a feathered hat, presumably because of the stress and embarrassment of the situation. Had he lived, he would have commanded the German military in World War I. Instead, they entered the war led by generals who had risen to the rank without ever actually commanding an army in the field. And that is my useless fact of the day. Lobsters pee out of their faces, from right under their eyes. In fact, they pee into each other's face to communicate, or before a fight. Lobsters have urine release nozzles just below their eyes, and use them to communicate when mating or fighting. In this regard, lobsters are nearly identical to the US Congress. LASER is an acronym. It stands for Light Amplification by Stimulated Emission of Radiation. So many random things are actually acronyms. Time Magazine, the International Magazine of Events. M&M's, Mars and Murray's. Yahoo, yet another hierarchical official oracle. Zip code, Zone Improvement Plan code. Netflix was founded before Google. In 2000, Netflix offered itself for sale to Blockbuster for something like $50 million. Blockbuster, convinced that Netflix was a flash in the pan and that people would always want to rent discs, declined. This was before streaming was even an idea in the mind of Reed Hastings. Streaming was still a very new technology at the time, and most people were still on dial-up modems, so it just wasn't feasible. Still, things would be certainly different today. Instant coffee was first made for World War II rations. Scientists who study insects and cockroaches often develop allergies to them. At the same time, they often develop allergies to instant coffee. Don't ever look up the acceptable amounts of insect parts and rat feces allowed by the FDA. It is more likely for anyone to have a stroke on Monday rather than any other day, because of the stress that comes with the beginning of a new week. In this link it also says that the most common weeks are around holidays too. The fax machine was invented before the telephone. The lighter was invented before matches. Your brain prefers to default your mood back to one that you've made comfortable for yourself. So you can literally train yourself to default back to being sad, or being happy, or being anxious, etc. Disney World in Florida is built on a network of tunnels that mirror the park so cast members can get to the different lands without spoiling the immersion. While it does provide a way for cast members to get to their posts without wearing the wrong costume in the wrong part of the park, the main purpose is to store and transport garbage. There are many rooms, alcoves, and designated areas to store garbage until it is taken to the large compacting dumpsters at the employee entrance. As a consequence, most cast members' memories of their time at Disney are largely composed of the smell of rotting garbage. Another fun fact here is that the vast majority of the tunnels are actually above ground level. The substructure and tunnels were built first in the park, constructed on the second floor. The only part of the tunnel to go below ground level is directly under the castle and requires a pump going 24/7 to keep that area from flooding because the water table is so high in Florida. Lobsters can live forever, as long as they are able to shed their old skin. Meaning, you can end up with a whale-sized lobster if you can help it. Another problem is keeping up with the calorie intake. So, if an organization was dedicated to helping a lobster reach whale status, it could. I think the theory now is that at some point the shedding of their skin takes more energy than the lobster can keep up with, so they die because they literally can eat fast enough to keep up with the energy spent. Ancient Europeans believed that if they ground up the bones of their greatest warriors or sacred animals and mixed them in with the iron when forging a sword, the sword would contain their spirits, making it stronger. Little did they know that by adding in the ground up bones they were introducing carbon to the mix and creating carbon steel, which is much stronger than simple iron. So they were making their swords stronger by adding the sacred bones, just not in the way they thought they were. Eddie Van Halen once caused an amp to catch fire after performing the solo for Michael Jackson's song Beat It in the studio. He also apparently did the solo as a favor and was never credited nor paid. You can't land on Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune or Uranus, because they're so-called gas giants and quite literally have no surface. That being said, you can't fly straight through them either. The conditions inside are so bad that they'll completely crush and tear apart the spacecraft. The red spot on Jupiter is actually a storm, and is larger than the Earth. Uranus has 2 sets of rings. The inner set consists of 9 rings and the outer set consists of 2. There's a lot of talk about whether we would be able to colonize Mars or not. It would be very difficult because of extremely cold temperatures, -81 degrees Fahrenheit / -60 degrees Celsius, low gravity, apparent radiation, and its atmosphere is mainly composed of carbon dioxide, nitrogen and argon. Our mind is evolving every second into something new. It adapts itself to cope with whatever trauma we have witnessed, and this may be a pretty nice thing. But, if you think about it, it means that it's only deteriorating itself for the sake of surviving. We are how we are now because otherwise we couldn't survive this society and this world. If someone's mind can't change itself and cope, then that someone becomes crazy, in every way and explanation you could think of. This, for me, it's terrifying. Neanderthals were a different species from Homo sapiens, and they were one of the last species we could interbreed with before they went extinct. Some modern-day human populations still carry Neanderthal DNA. When the Beatles first recorded Love Me Do, they hired a session drummer named Andy White as producer. George Martin wasn't sure of Ringo's ability. Andy White's wife Thea was the voice of Muriel on Courage, the cowardly dog. When a woman is pregnant with a daughter, the daughter fetus is already carrying the eggs that someday may become the pregnant woman's grandchildren. If you scream into a pot of water for around 70 years, it will be boiled. It's not against the law to escape from prison in Belgium, freedom being such a fundamental desire in humans, that to punish someone for fulfilling this desire is like punishing them for breathing. I'm forgetting all the details, but there's a philosophical idea what implies you can't insist on something that someone is incapable of doing. So they can't require someone to deny their fundamental desire to be free. Now damaging government property, bribing or assaulting prison guards and the like, are all illegal, and if you're caught you'll be taken back to jail to serve out your sentence. But simply trying to escape isn't going to add to your prison term. About a week before the Great Bear roller coaster was set to open at Hershey Park in the late 1990s, someone realized they had only tested it with average dummies. When they did a test run with dummies taller than 6, the dummies' feet hit a rail on one of the passes near another ride and caused the legs to snap off. This required a redesign, reinstallation, and delayed the opening until the following season, and resulted in the ride being the most expensive roller coaster ever built at that time. If you're ever charged by an angry gorilla, the best strategy is to hold your ground and aver your eyes. Running lets them know they can dominate you, and any eye contact is obviously a challenge. Back in the day, really poor families would store all their urine in a pot in the corner of the room. They would then sell the urine to tanners to use for tanning hides, which created the term piss poor. If you were very, very poor, you don't have a pot to piss in. So a long time ago you didn't have carpet or wood flooring unless you had money. They used to lay straw and dry grasses on the floor called thresh, and the board across the bottom of the entrance to the home is called the threshold. It was customary to carry the bride over the threshold so she wouldn't trip over it. Violet Jessup was a stewardess on passenger ships in the early 20th century. She was on board each of the Olympic-class vessels when they had their most well-known disasters. The RMS Olympic pulled a smaller ship free of its moorings during departure, and the two smashed together in glorious fashion. Both ships survived. The RMS Titanic, well, we know all about that sinking. She was there. The HMHS Britannic was outfitted as a hospital ship, collided with an underwater mine, or was torpedoed, or an internal explosion. Speculation persists, and sank in the Mediterranean. Violet barely survived being pulled into the spinning propellers while jumping to the safety of the boats. There's a species of jellyfish that has reached immortality. The name of the species is Turritopsis stornii and they are extremely small, smaller than a pinky nail with 90 tentacles. What makes these jellyfish known as immortal is their unique way of responding to starvation and physical damage. They go back into their process of development, turning back into a polyp. The best way I can explain what happens next is that not only are they essentially born again, but they create buds and release a colony of genetically identical medusae. Pink used to be used as the common boy's color and blue was the girl's color. Red was seen as a man's color. It represented blood and strength, and pink is just a lighter shade of red, so people saw it as a good masculine color. Blue represented purity and was preferred for women. It changed around the time of World War II, possibly as a result of gays being forced to wear pink triangles in concentration camps. Also, the color pink was named after a flower by the same name. Rogue black holes exist. That means they are black holes that are hurtling through the cosmos. It is quite possible that one is heading right for us, and by the time would notice, it would be far too late to do anything to save humanity. As such, it would be logical for whatever astronomer that discovered this fact to not share it, meaning the majority of humanity would not know of our doom until the tidal forces tore Earth apart. Sweet dreams. Here's a fun one. Train track gauge is 8.5 inches, weirdly specific, right? And at 1.435 meters, so it's not any better in metric. So train track gauges in the US were based on early locomotives that were based on carts that traveled the exceedingly durable roads laid by the Romans all throughout Europe. Those roads had ruts, and if you were wider than those ruts you could lose a wheel. Those ruts were made at first by Roman chariots that had a 8.5 inches wheelbase, so they were about 2 horse butts wide. A shocking amount of stuff is influenced by ancient stuff no one ever thought of because they couldn't possibly conceive that far ahead. Gasoline prices fluctuate not only due to demand, but also due to the additives in the blend. Prices, typically, go down in winter because the additives used have a lower evaporation point than the more expensive additives used in the summer. These additives cannot be used in summer because they'll evaporate right out of your gas tank. Straws don't work by sucking, but rather pushing. When you create a vacuum inside a straw by sucking on it, there is no air inside of it. The air pressure that is constantly pushing on top of all the drink pushes liquid up the now empty straw. Moonshiners used cow shoes to hide their footprints during Prohibition. My own grandfather had a few pairs of these dangling on a nail on his porch. Each set of hooves came from different breeds of cows to throw off the revenuers who would come to bust up their still. The hooves were tied, with heavy twine as rope would leave a print, to a regular pair of shoes in the middle of the sole so that only the hooves touched the ground as they climbed over the mountainside to get to their stills. Being a prolific drinker, he could easily down a pint of moonshine and a fifth of Jim Beam. My grandfather continued from age 20 to age 87 to make his own shine. When he died in 1972, my grandmother finished up his last batch and used the shine to make her concoctions to heal people. Crows are conscious. They are aware of their own existence and of conscious thoughts. They recognize human faces and at funerals for their dead. They can also recognize fast food logos, so they have preferences on what is their favorite. Researchers for the Massachusetts Turnpike Authority recently found over 200 dead crows near Greater Boston. Everyone involved was concerned that these crows might have died from avian flu, so they had a bird pathologist examine the remains of all the crows. To everyone's relief, it was determined that the problem was definitely not the avian flu. Instead, the cause of death looked to be from vehicular impacts. During the detailed analysis of the crows, it was noted that there were varying colors of paints found on the birds' beaks and claws. By analyzing the paint residue, it was found that 98% of the crows had been killed by the impact of trucks, and only 2% were from impact with a car. The Massachusetts Turnpike Authority then hired an ornithological behaviorist to look into the cause for the disproportionate percentages of crows killed by trucks versus crows killed by cars. The ornithological behaviorist came up with the answer very quickly. The cause. When crows eat roadkill, they always have a lookout crow in a nearby tree to warn the other crows of impending danger. While all the lookout crows could say the word "comp," none of them could say truck. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell for more useless facts. Click the right box for the facts playlist. Let us know in the comments what you think about these. being in debt together just brings you closer as a couple. What's the worst piece of financial advice somebody has given you? Spend it quickly or it'll get stolen. Coming from someone with a history of losing and blowing their money. This is kind of a known issue that keeps people in a low economic class. The poor live in present, spend as soon as they have it. Middle class people live in the future, save and invest to build a better tomorrow. I knew a guy who had a great job but never saved any money. One day he was randomly telling me how he saved up $10,000 in his savings account and accidentally told his mom. After that, his mom scolded him on why he was doing nothing with that money and he needs to go out and spend it. He said he realized he was being stupid, his words, and he closed that account and spent it immediately. I asked if that sounded like a bad plan. Like what if an event came up where he needed cash for a rainy day or something, and he said something along the lines of that he can always get a job and make money, but while he makes money he should enjoy it. Wasn't sure what to say to him from there, but was impressed at not only the mindset but also how it seemed to be taught to him by his parents not to ever save money. So when I was 24, I was financially struggling. I had a job that worked me a lot of hours, but only paid me $10 an hour. My parents talked me into buying a brand new 2004 Honda Civic. The pre-interest price tag on it was about $25,000. A few weeks after getting it, my hours got regulated and it took one entire paycheck to make the monthly note on it. I could not afford the insurance on it. I very quickly realized my parents were bad at money. In general, the amount of money blown on massively overpriced pickups by people who earn far less than the price of the truck is just shocking. Guys in their 20s driving $65,000 trucks that literally take all of their take-home pay. Young adults living with their parents driving new trucks. Truck parades of supposedly struggling working-class Americans. But they've got their tricked-out shiny trucks. Zero savings, renting a place, but a vehicle that lost $20,000 the second they drove it out the door. The fact that financing a car or getting a loan for it is normal is absolutely insane. Instead of paying off an expensive car plus interest, you can also just save that money and get a good second-hand car whenever you need to replace the old one. And you can save for other important stuff, washing machine, fridge, house repairs, at the same time. I get it if you need the car for work, like if you need a van or a cab driver, but for most people it doesn't make sense. The only loan you should have is a mortgage, which means you're saving a lot of money and can buy nice things without using a credit card or loan. When I got to university and opened a student current account, I received an interest-free overdraft of about £1,200. I wasn't entirely sure of what that meant. My brother said, "So that's like your new zero," and encouraged me to use it to buy a new gaming PC. For the next few years I really wish I hadn't taken that advice. He's never been too amazing with his money, so I should have seen that one coming. Many people do not understand the idea of credit or credit cards. They see their parents, who can't afford a thing, swipe a plastic card and they get the thing. It must be like free money, right? The show Malcolm in the Middle has a great example of this when Reese is kicked out and he seems to do great once away from his controlling parents, only to find out he put every expense on a credit card and was heavily in debt. Just get another credit card. My friend who hasn't worked in 3 years and is currently just vibing with his new credit cards he somehow got approved for. A friend's family taught them to take out as many store cards and credit cards as they could, and as long as the minimum was paid, they'd be able to live a luxurious lifestyle. They were almost $100,000 in debt when they finally told me, from dozens of cards and interest, car loan, etc. They did not want to discuss it further after I offered advice, lawyer, counseling. It's simply how their parents lived, life on credit far beyond means. I could not live with that stress. It's so normal for some people though. These Beanie Babies are an investment in our future. Or, that Beanie Babies were supposed to be our savings. That's why I have all my student debt and my cousin worked 3 jobs to pay for her wedding. My other cousin eloped and joined the Marines for free school. She's the only smart one, I guess. People who want to get into collecting as an investment need to know 2 things. There is no value in collectibles. You should only collect things you want to own because the only value is what you can sell it for. Just because something is old doesn't mean that people will want to buy it. It doesn't matter if it's in pristine condition, unopened and 50 years old. If no one thinks it's cool, you wasted your money unless you get enjoyment from it. Most fandoms only want to collect very particular versions of a collectible. There are Beanie Babies that are worth a lot of money. The issue is, they were already worth a ton of money when they came out. An example is Pokemon cards. Individual first edition Pokemon cards sold for like $150 in 1999. Obviously lots of people scoffed at those types of prices, but those cards are now worth tens if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. Once this current Pokemon bubble subsides a bit, which it is already doing, all of the people stocking up on regular unlimited base set non-Charizard cards for hundreds or even thousands of dollars are likely going to get burned. My father-in-law, when I mentioned our retirement plan, said, "I never contribute to my retirement account. Money now is always better than money later." I needed to have a conversation with my husband how we would not be supporting his mom and dad in their insane spending when they have no retirement plan and make huge financial mistakes on a weekly basis. Someone replied, "I ended a 5-year relationship over this. In-laws were dumb as hell with money. The old man made tons when he was working in his prime and him and his wife were clearly going to be flat broke by 70 just due to plain stupidity." I said to her she needed to understand I am not supporting these people in 5 years when they run out of money. In her defense, she at least saw the writing on the wall that in fact she might be paying their bills in the future. She had big blowouts with them. They were just genuinely so clueless she couldn't convince them to change their habits. Not me, but my dad's friend makes more money than him. He owns boats, takes luxurious trips, buys top-of-the-line clothes and goes to the best restaurant where he orders the most expensive wine he can get. He always tells my dad to live more in the moment, telling him to invest in himself and enjoy his life. My dad is happily planning his retirement with my mom. This guy doesn't have a dime saved. He will work to the day he dies. Like a local businessman who died unexpectedly in his 50s a few years ago. He had very nice cars, a very nice home, traveled regularly and had bought a boat costing in excess of $1 million shortly before his death. He was in debt up to his butt. His wife was blissfully unaware of the financial situation. Everything she tried to sell was encumbered by more debt than it was worth. The boat cost her $200,000 to get rid of. She was essentially 55 years old with no money, no home and no marketable skills. He had made millions in his life, but spent millions more. Saving money attracts bad luck. Do not save or else you'll end up using it for an emergency. It's a Filipino superstition that saving attracts an emergency. Do not save so that you don't experience an emergency. Being frugal is frowned upon. What happens if an emergency happens and they have no savings? Well, they borrow money from frugal people, and if you say no to them because you know they spent their money on useless things, they will say you cannot bring all your wealth to your grave. I choose the people who I give money. Also, buy things to see the fruit of your labor. When buying new expensive items, sometimes things they don't really need. I have no problem on this if only they use these words once in a while, but doing it every paycheck is too much. Then they will proceed to tell me buy stuff like them and not be frugal, because you know, you can't bring all this money to the grave, so you might use as well it immediately. Don't worry about how much your wedding costs. Go full out and don't worry about the debt because being in debt together just brings you closer as a couple. I was essentially told to not be sorry about almost $60,000 in debt and to just suffer through it together a couple. I was speechless. In my opinion, there is no rush to be married. We have lived together for 8 years and are basically a happy married couple minor the actual legal marriage part. We decided to wait and plan a smaller, affordable, close family wedding. Now it's only a few months away and we will be happily married. Have a house together and not be $60,000 in debt. All because we waited 4 years until we had our stuff together. We still lived together and acted as if we were married, so nothing really changed except we weren't in debt and now we will soon be legally married. If you have to marry someone to keep them, then you shouldn't be marrying them. You know you found the perfect person when a title doesn't matter. Just as long as you're together and always keep loving each other and working each other up. She's my best friend and my soulmate. My parents and grandparents keep pressuring me to quit my job because I'm pregnant. They think my husband's job will sustain us and we'll just have to penny pinch a little more. I don't know if they realize that we all live in America. It will absolutely take both of our incomes to raise our child, especially since I'll be taking 12 weeks of unpaid maternity leave in about a month. The problem is, they live in Boomer America and I live in Millennial America. I don't exactly remember how this theory went, but an old coworker of mine insisted that the absolute worst thing you could do financially was to pay off your home. Something about being able to write off a percentage of your mortgage payment on your taxes or some gobbledygook. Never owned a home, personally, so maybe this was brilliant advice. but others seemed to think it was completely asinine. He advised that if someone ever got close to paying off a mortgage, to immediately take out a second or a loan against the home or some such. He was last seen being marched out of where I used to work with him in handcuffs over some sort of prescription drug scam. When the pandemic really got going and people were taking their money out of the bank, I was advised by a prepper to buy thousands of dollars of food, guns, and ammo because money wasn't going to be worth anything in the near future. Never took him seriously in the first place, but I can't imagine having thousands of dollars worth of canned beef stew and weapons no one would want to buy, let alone for the same price I would have paid for it. People out here are watching way too many movies. Get married, they said. You'll be able to do more with your combined income, they said. Even though I earned 3 times what my wife earned, it would be a multiplier, they said. Your life savings would bring early retirement and the opportunity to do exactly what you want to do, they said. I lost a lot to my wife after a short childless marriage. My life sucks. Just this past June, my background is in finance, so is my husband's. My mother told me to transfer all my cash to gold because we were living under a false constitution and all debt was going to be deemed illegal and wiped clean. To top it off, our money was going to be worthless and the economy was only going to be held together by people who own gold and silver bars. Luckily, I didn't listen to her because that never happened. Buying a house is better than renting. Rent is the maximum you pay every month. Mortgage is the minimum you pay every month. A water heater going bad might be a couple months' rent. Renting also allows flexibility. Housing market crashes? Buyer's market? None of that matters to you? Mortgage is the minimum you spend. I'm aware you build equity. But, if instead of 1 to 3% of the house's value and maintenance, buying a mower/snowblower plus time using them, any updating, etc., and instead invested it, you may be better off. Stocks only go up. Buying individual stocks is gambling. If you wouldn't bet $10,000 at blackjack, don't do it on stocks. Instead, use index funds. You need to do some research yourself. Financial advisors are making money off barking rules at you, rules they often don't follow. You need to be honest with yourself and suffer through a little math. Buy a house. Real estate always increases in value. Told to me right before the housing bubble. I paid $150,000 and took out an equity loan of $50,000 for improvements. Then the market crashed, and when I needed to move out of state 3 years later, it was valued at around $60,000. I just gave the bank the keys and walked away. Bonus, you'll make so much more money if you have a college degree. A conspiracy theorist ex-friend told me to sell everything I have, all investments, and put it all into silver and Alex Jones food buckets. When the revolution hits, I will be safe with tons of non-perishable food, and when it gets really bad, he said, I can go down to the bank. Because all of the banks will still be open during the apocalypse, and wait in line to ask the teller to retrieve all of your silver. From my father-in-law, live every day like a king. If you want something, splurge on it. Don't care about tomorrow or the future. As his pay comes through, he blows it. He's 60 with no savings, no house, and no real assets. He sure has blown money whenever he wanted, but just lately he's been starting to worry about retirement and placing all his faith in his son to look after him, which isn't happening. It's fine to think about enjoying yourself and every day as it comes, but must have some future plans to where you want to be financially and have them in play. Save your money, but nothing about making it work for you. A family member told my dad he should invest in stocks of the company he worked for, and my father did. The stock tanked a few months later, as did many others at the time. My family member told him he should sell, so he sold them off at a loss. If he held them for 9 more years, 1,000 shares at $5/share, when he bought them, he would have had $300,000 on a $5,000 investment. Now I know that stocks are pretty much gambling, but with proper knowledge or a reputable investor, you can play it slow and safe. If I had invested what I saved into stocks, art and liquid, like precious metals or cashable sources, instead of spending it on materialistic goods, I would be writing from my lodge somewhere in the Alps. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell for more free money. Click the right box for the Radio TTS Financial Advice playlist. Let us know in the comments what you think about these stories. Especially as a young adult, people will consistently try and take advantage of your ignorance as you begin to learn about the law and the way the world works. What is that one trick that they really don't want you to know? Most of the dulling that occurs with cartridge razor blades is not a result of shaving, but rather water being left to evaporate on the blades. I've been using the same cartridge for the past 8 months by running the blades upwards, i.e., opposite the direction you would when shaving, on a towel 15 times after rinsing it off. Then blowing on it for a few seconds. 8 months later, this blade still barely pulls at all. Grocery stores. Everything in a grocery store is pre-designed to take as much money from you as possible. The bread and milk will be in locations where you have to walk through or around the entire store to get both. The more expensive brands are at eye level. They pay for this privilege. Cereal box characters look down right at children, which connects at a psychological level to make them want more cereal. Checkout lines have candy bars at child-reaching level intentionally. New floor designs are even consulting casinos to no longer have rows and be more maze-like to keep you in the store longer. Flyers mailed to you with your name and address are tailored based on your points card buying patterns. Good smells are intentionally pumped in to make you hungry. The list goes on. Off-name and store name brands are not always cheaper. They, at least partially, rely on the misconception that brand name goods are always more expensive to sell things at a higher price. Always check the actual price tag, even if the store brand is on sale. Store brands are almost always repackaged name brands. For instance, Winco brand shredded cheese is made by Tillamook. Made in the same factory, packaged in the same plant, just a different package. I worked in A and the like that produced both name brand and home brand food. The same product. You're probably using too much laundry detergent, shampoo, and toothpaste each time you use them. Toothpaste tubes were redesigned to have wider openings for the very purpose of making people use too much. Interestingly, I can wash a load of towels without detergent in it till suds up. Crazy. I'd use detergent but less than half the recommended amount. I bought one of those Costco packs of shampoo/conditioner with the pump on top and am still using them 18 months later. I don't go more than a day without washing my hair, but I only use a little and sometimes I don't use any. I just rinse. When buying a car, always do negotiating via email or phone and bounce offers back and forth against competing dealers. This will always get you the best possible deal. It works, and it will also probably make multiple salespeople miserable. Haha. My manager gave me so much hell if I had a customer doing this, as it was my fault for not being able to get them through the door. To be honest, he rarely would play ball. No quotes over the phone or email. When he did, the customer usually got a great deal. Just keep trying different dealerships until one of them cracks. Oh, and be nice to your salesperson as you do, because they're probably having to go to bat for you like whoa. If you want to cancel your hotel room last minute, but there's a cancellation fee, call and change your reservation to a few weeks later. Then call later and cancel it. Call around midday to change. Give a legitimate sounding reason, meeting rescheduled, misremembered the flight date, etc. This will, hopefully, ensure the agent doesn't make a note in the internal only notes field. Call back to cancel at least 8 hours later. It's unlikely the hotel has agents on 8+ hour shifts. Source: I used to work at a hotel. Stay date changes are rare, even for my hotel, which was by O'Hare, and send up red flags. You want one employee to handle the change and another employee on another shift to handle the cancel. Hotels are notoriously awful at inter-shift communication. The HR department at work is there to protect the company, not you. Be very wary of information disclosed to them. This is especially important to remember if your HR assists employees in choosing health insurance. The HR lady at my work crams the high-deductible HSA plan down everybody's throat at new employee orientation. I looked into it, decided it was stupid, and went another route. Talked to my brother about it. His HR person does the same thing. It's not because it's good insurance, it's cause it saves the company heaps of money for you to essentially have no health care. Some things are never really on sale. When I worked at a grocery store, the name brand sodas had a very high regular price, then there would always be a sale on them. The sale might change at times, but the sale price would always be there. The sale price is what the company really meant to charge you anyway. After all, who wants a case of soda for $8.99 if they could buy it at $5.99 and save $3? I have heard that some department stores do this with clothes and other items. A $90 dress that is on sale for $55 was never going to cost $90. You can almost always get a better price for a hotel by going directly to that hotel's website. Expedia, Hotwire, etc. are overcharging. Also, you can't get a refund from those sites and you will get the worst room available. I use them to search hotels in the area and compare. Then pull up the best hotel's website. Also check with visitor centers if you can. My family just threw everything in a suitcase and headed to Florida when we saw some super cheap round-trip tickets to Fort Lauderdale. Your children's teachers don't want to tell you that they can only fail a certain percentage of their roster. So your little snowflake who is dumb as a post and disruptive and always getting into trouble is being kicked down the road to the next teacher to deal with every year until they get the final kick across the stage to graduate so the school can have high graduation numbers. This makes the administrators look like they are competent. Most of them are not. The teachers look like they are amazing. Some of them still are, and the school looks like it's great so everyone can keep their job, get more cash next year and do the same to the next class. Source: part of the system, part of the problem. A really cheap way to fly to places that usually cost way more to get to is to buy a cheaper ticket to some other place, possibly with a different airline, that makes a connection in the airport you want to end up in. So you get off there and just don't get back onto the flight. Some dude got in trouble for making a website that helped people find those flights. You can't check bags though, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue if you really need to be somewhere for cheap. Several careers are totally or nearly totally unregulated in their qualifications. You can just call yourself a psychic, faith healer, nutritionist, pastor, minister, medium, DJ, or personal trainer, and that's it. For some you'll be found out almost immediately by another professional. But since there's no licensing or required professional certification, there isn't anything they can do about it. For some you can be proven a fraud repeatedly and never face any consequences, and might even solidify your clientele's loyalty with attempts by the man/big pharma/Obama/liberal/conservative/reverse vampires/whoever to stop you. If you're going to make a purchase with an online retailer, it's often worth putting the items in your cart, then leaving the site for a little while. Because some sites will contact you with a special offer or discount code in an attempt to persuade you back into making the purchase you are going to make. Can save you a few bucks. It doesn't always work, but it's often worth attempting, especially with solely online retailers. Just because an industry, business, or person has decided to make money in a certain way, you are by no means obliged to do anything whatsoever in order to help them do so. You're not obliged to do anything the way salespeople want you to, just because they decided they were going to make money on commissions or door-to-door sales. You're not obliged to read advertisements because advertisers decided to make money by sticking them in front of your face. You're not even obliged to answer the phone when someone calls you. This is what call screening and answering machines are for. You're not obliged to respond to attempted conversational gambits by anyone trying to sell you something. You're not even obliged to acknowledge their presence. Part of sales tactics is sucking people into conversations where they feel they have to be polite by responding to the salesperson, because who wants to be thought of as not polite? But all this does is sucker you deeper and deeper into conversations you don't want to have with people you don't know or don't like, who then try to guilt you into handing over your cash, time, attention, bandwidth, reputation, or any one of a number of things they can then use for their own purposes. If you buy something secondhand, call into the manufacturer and try and register it. Some companies have extended warranties on some of their products. Source: found a Dyson on the side of the road. It was toast and the motor was smoking. Called Dyson for fun. Registered it since the previous owner didn't. My downfall was that I told them I was given it and they don't transfer warranties. Thought I was out of luck and put it by the garbage. Got an email about the registration saying I'm the registered owner and have warranty till January. Called in again saying my unit is smoking. They booked a work order for the following day. $500 vacuum for free. If a sale is set to end at a specific time of the day, i.e. noon of Black Friday, if the store is a national chain, their prices are programmed into the computer. Thus, sometimes the East Coast sales will continue until 3, because it hasn't yet been noon nationwide. I got great prices from Walmart the last few Black Fridays, even though I went in after the sales had supposedly ended, so there wasn't a big rush. Always ask them to ring the price of something before you agree to buy it though. You are allowed to change the contract. It might be a rental agreement, a contract for a new car, for your mortgage, whatever. You are allowed to change the contract. Just line through the parts you don't like, neatly write in the language you want to be used, and initial and date the change. I did this with an apartment rental agreement once. They didn't want dogs, but the manager agreed to allow an exception for my dog. So I lined through the no pets section of the agreement, and added one dog, of no more than 35 pounds is allowed. I've also done this with a lease agreement for a storefront that I was renting in a shopping mall. Part of the lease agreement stated that if a customer came into the mall due to my store, and slipped and fell, hurt himself, or if the customer intentionally defaced the mall while on the way to my store, then I could be liable for all damages to the mall. When I showed the lease agreement to my lawyer, he started laughing, lined out the offending paragraphs and added new language, and we resubmitted the updated contract. When you read over any contract, look at it with an eye to what you would change to make it more fair. Then make those changes. Don't be afraid to talk to the paralegal instead of the attorney about your case. Chances are they know more about your case and their fee is most of the time half of the attorney's rates. They just can't give legal advice. Source: it's my job. My rate where I work now is $125 as opposed to the $200 the lawyer charges per hour. My last job, my rate was $65 per hour compared to the $250 the attorney charged. Side note, the attorney handles hundreds of cases versus the delegated cases handled by each paralegal. Speed limits, many of them are arbitrarily set without an engineered speed study, and are unenforceable as a result. This is very state specific. If you get a ticket, print out your state's laws on setting speed limits. Many of them have a maximum speed for different types of roads, and then require an engineered speed study for lower posted limits. If the posted limit was set without an engineered speed study, it may be unenforceable and you can argue this in court. Essentially, the agency posting the sign may have broken the law, and you broke their law, but only because they broke the higher law first. Then go to your local road agency governing that stretch of road, city, county, state transportation department, etc., and file a public records request for the engineered speed study on that road. They'll have to respond in writing if they don't have one. Chances are they won't have one. Take the law in their admission they don't have one with you to court and show the judge that the speed limit is unenforceable and that you were driving a reasonable and prudent speed, regardless of what was arbitrarily posted. Source: I'm the engineer for the road department that would do said speed studies, and we don't do them because then we'd have to raise the speed limits and the politicians don't want us to. In the US, if you're ever pursued for a debt, especially if you are taken to court over it, demand that they produce documentation verifying that you owe the debt and the amount. Quite often, they won't be able to and the case will be dismissed. Most debt collectors aren't the party you originally owed the money to but rather companies that purchase debts in bulk for pennies on the dollar. Very often, all they have on you is your name on a spreadsheet and they're banking on the fact that you won't contest it. Real estate agents who deal with rental properties get away with blue murder because they work on the assumption that you don't know what your rights are, or that you'll give them up too easily. Whatever country and state you live in, if you're renting your current residence, learn your rights and stick to them like glue. Especially as a young adult, people will consistently try and take advantage of your ignorance as you begin to learn about the law and the way the world works. Don't let them. Car dealerships are middlemen, and the entire industry runs on mutually assured fixed prices. Also, dealerships partially make money by a quota of how many cars they get off the lot, and work on a schedule. Often, if they don't meet the quota, they are penalized by the larger organization that owns them. If the deadline for the quota is almost up, and they haven't met it, it is often literally worth it for them to pay you to take a car. By kind of feeling around about when a particular dealership is the most needed to make sales, and bouncing prices between two desperate dealerships who are close to their deadlines, you can get a car for almost nothing. If you are vicious and don't mind haggling for hour-long stretches days on end, and making several salesmen and managers actually hate you. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell for a free car. Click the right box for the Society Lies to You playlist. Let us know in the comments what you think about these secrets. Warning, this content may be upsetting or disturbing to some audiences. It's rational to be paranoid of the government. What are some completely rational opinions you have but people would criticize you for having them? Anyone who dyes their hair an unnatural color has a self-esteem issue. I have seen red, blue, purple, and green on men and women. They think a new color makes them look better. I think it makes them look clownish yet more depressed. I once dyed my hair red on a whim, but I just looked broken. My husband said my hair felt like sandpaper when he ran his hands through it. That's when I did away with dyeing my hair for a while. My sister-in-law dyed her hair purple once, but all it did was lower her self-esteem. It's not that I look down on people who dye their hair some wacky color. I just find it hard to believe that they're trying to get by in this world looking the way that they do. After all, this is a backwards world we're living in right now, yet I still would not hire someone who would dye their hair in an unnatural color. Feelings are overrated. I'm a very rational person, and seeing people making decisions based on emotions is something I do not understand. Of course I do have emotions, but I rarely let them influence my decision making. Don't come with the phrase emotions are what makes us humans. Every animal has emotions, they're not limited to us. Emotions are a hindrance in making rational and long-lasting decisions, because they influence your way of thinking way too much. We have the technology to live in perfect harmony with nature, but greed and stupidity are getting in the way of that. Humans have mastered local environmental control. The fact that cities exist are a testament to this fact. Why are entire ecosystems being destroyed when it'd be easier to live in them with weather-resistant tarps and heated interiors? The basic first world citizen can create a functional miniature city infrastructure inside their home. Why isn't this being done on a global scale? Humans need to realize that conquering nature always ends the same way: extinction for the species responsible while life moves on. I believe that people should normalize rejecting trans people based on their previous gender. I have not met a single person who thinks like I do on this one. It's not my fault that I don't like the idea that this girl used to be a man. Dating is all about preference and taste, and when women get so specific on what they are looking for, it goes unnoticed. But when a guy won't date a girl because she used to have a wiener, the whole world is out to get you. I have always been firm with my sexuality, and to think that I would be dating someone that had a male genital doesn't feel right for me. However, everyone else thinks that I am a terrible person for not giving them a chance. Billionaires shouldn't exist. Let's face it, the wealth distribution right now is abhorrent, with 10 white men owning 50% of the world's wealth. How is that fair? There are people busting their butts off for days and they won't make a living wage, while all these billionaires do is sit on their butts and make lives for the normal working class even more difficult. My idea would be for someone to be able to earn up to a certain amount, and everything that's earned beyond that amount will be invested into welfare programs and such, to give everyone a more equal chance at succeeding in life. I think brothels should be legalized in the US. Many people think all prostitutes are disgusting scum of the earth, and if you don't agree, then you're a horrible person. Well, listen, Karen. If you work all the time and don't have time to club or scout for a hookup every day, then your hands are tied. Brothels are legalized. Guess what? Someone didn't get snatched at that party down the block. Hookers also practice safer intercourse than teenagers and people in their early 20s. There would be less stupid people doing idiotic things just to get laid. It's Saturday and I want more than my right hand tonight, but none of my Tinder matches are responding. Hell, it would probably have unforeseen side effects like a reduction in human trafficking, because guess what got legalized? Treat brothels like a professional place of work with a license, inspections, and registration. Only problem is how the public would set fires to buildings in retaliation because of irrelevant feelings. We should not work 40-plus hour work weeks anymore. It may sound foolish, but understand where I'm coming from. In the past, where technology was not as huge as it is now, people had nothing to do. Things were not easily accomplished like how it is now, where reports are made by long, exhausting days. Most people would use work as an escape from home. When it comes to today's work, it should be possible to work 20 hours a week. You're able to spend more time with families and friends. Most people do this to make just enough for trips, vacations, and even for bills to be paid. Also, when it comes to the mental side of it all, it would help out a lot. I understand where essential work it's a constant demanding process, but this is where the homeless or jobless would come in effect. Doing this will equal out the workload for all companies, increase traveling, lower the cost of living, and also create a possible golden age of technology growth. We live in an age where the older generation will force the mindset to work until you're tired, while the newer age generation will not accept this. It may sound far-fetched, but I feel like the right people, voices, and movements can make this a thing. I honestly do not see the problem with hooking up with your friend's ex after they break up. I have not experienced this, so I may be biased. I fail to see how this unspoken rule is such a big deal. Yes, if a friend gets together with your ex soon after the breakup, it would rightfully hurt and be suspicious. However, after some time after the two parties have moved on, say a month or more, it is within a person's social right to romantically pursue a person they like, even if it is the ex of a friend. The ex is not with a friend anymore, and hasn't been for a time. As long as the breakup is final, there is no reason for a person to be resentful or hateful for their friend dating the ex. They don't own them, nor does the ex, and person needs some sort of blessing from the mutual friend. They are their own people. It's honestly petty to think that anyone you know has no right to date your ex even after a long time, and everyone has moved on. As a woman myself, I find it completely irrational that some women get mad at their spouses for watching adult videos. Now it's not all women, just some. I had an ex-friend who said that she'd feel disrespected if her boyfriend watched adult films because he was looking at another woman and it was the equivalent of cheating on her. It made no sense to me. So suddenly, because you're not in the mood and he isn't allowed to watch videos? Plus, I don't know about others, but usually people watch for the act itself. Sometimes even the actors. If you're that invested, but getting mad that they do that is an underlying insecurity that you must deal with. I don't understand the need to control your partner these days. Finding people attractive while you're in a relationship is fine. You can't just turn the blind eye and think everyone is ugly just because you're dating someone. If you need to control everything, then you don't need to be in a relationship. Why are you getting mad if he likes a girl's photo? And why are you getting mad if she has a guy friend? Seriously, fix it. Simply putting myself before others. I'm someone that people would call an objectivist, which in summary means I will live my life in a way that I desire. People have criticized me for just simply saying I put myself before others. I'm sorry, but this is my life, correct? I should be able to take care of myself before I start giving a damn about others. Besides, most people who criticize me are hypocrites. I've seen human nature to understand just how selfish we all are. And it's delightful, seeing how others step on others just to take care of themselves. Watching the savages and brutes eat each other alive, metaphorically of course, to watch the weak starved and hunger doing anything as a means to survive, while I, and others who can afford such luxuries, watch from above. It's almost therapeutic. I am in a comfortable position in my life. By caring for myself, and caring for those above me, I've been able to maintain employment while others have been fired. I strive to go higher, and by God, I'd be happier knowing I'm alone at the top than crowded at the bottom. So I will continue living my life the way I want to, without putting anyone ahead of me. Because in my life, I am most important to me. I'm sure you all won't be able to criticize me. You've done the same thing yourselves. Blaming the legal licensed firearms owners of any nation for the crimes of criminals, gang members, or terrorist organization will do nothing but help the criminals. More gun laws don't make a difference to people who by definition don't care about the laws. Making it more legal will not stop criminals. Look how well banning drugs has worked. Banning lawful citizens from having firearms because bad people do bad things is like taking cars away from sober people to stop drunk driving. We are not living the way we were actually meant to. As wonderful as it is that we as a society have come together to share intellect, and continue to smooth out the obstacles life had out for us in our beginnings, I believe we've gone too far and have become too dependent on one another. This, I believe, is at the fault of our systems that we had put in place for ourselves. Public education teaches complex mathematics, but no basic hygiene. We learned the origins of our species and others, but not how to start a fire. We learned how to be a functioning worker in society, but not a human. By exempting these important pillars, we are unable to function without the society. If you wish to gain the knowledge of independence, you'll need to pay money for the classes. Get a job for the money, get experience for the job, lose time for the experience. And even when knowledge is gained, it is always thousands of dollars, hundreds of hours to learn just one topic. If I want to learn how to acquire the skill set of a mechanic, botanist, electrician, and carpenter, I'll be in school and debt for years. I know there's always YouTube, but watching it on YouTube doesn't get me the certificate or license needed. I could know 100% of what I'm doing, get hands-on training from a professional. But because I didn't give the government a fortune for them to tell me how to do everything in a cookie-cutter format, I can be persecuted for using my knowledge. Want to run away into the forest? You can. Apparently, even though you are made up of everything on the earth, you don't own it. Your government doesn't. You either have to pay for it or be forced off each piece of their lands. Which, if thought in depth, is so messed up. Like, we looked at every living thing, and forced it to suffer by taking all the resources and making them all fight for it. Needless to say, no one likes being told they are trapped, sewn flesh into the board game. It's rational to be paranoid of the government, and the media they control, no matter whose side you're on. I grew up in a very conservative Republican family, and any politician who was not Republican was called the devil, the destruction of America, etc., while Republican politicians were praised for everything they did. Politicians in general, no matter their platform, do not care about the American people. They do not care about the people in their jurisdictions, whether it is a local, state, or federal jurisdiction. They do not care about you, or me, or your grandmother or grandfather or mom or dad or siblings or cousins. They only care about what benefits them. The Democratic Party has spent the last 12 years building a divide in the American civilians. The Republicans have done nothing to close that divide. Pelosi, Schumer, Ocasio-Cortez are the ones I hear about the most. But nobody in their right mind would raise a voice against a Republican, even though they're just as bad. The media is in the pocket of the government, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt that comes from any and all news stations. They want to make the water as murky as possible so nobody notices what they're actually trying to do. The recent relief bill should not include billions in foreign aid when we're only sparing a percentage of that for our own citizens. We should not have to praise one side for protesting and condemn the other for doing the same. The government is shady. I could bring up the Tuskegee experiment, or the way they dusted radioactive particles over St. Louis, but nobody cares about history. The man does not have to be the provider in a relationship. This one usually gets a lot of people, mainly other men, irate. Men are taught the vast majority of their lives to be the ones who work and provide in a relationship. The reason? Because you're a man. That doesn't make any sense. If a man were to stay at home and chill out and do house chores while their wife is working, that man is considered a deadbeat lazy bum. Even your imagination when describing the type of guy is the idea of an overweight slob. But if the roles were reversed, everyone sees it as normal and imagines a normal girl. Rationally, if the female is able to work and make enough money to be able to provide and be stable, then there is no need for the man to also make money, but they can if they want to. However, the idea of a man living off his wife's work is seen as despicable and pathetic, but the reverse is seen as acceptable and even encouraged in some cases. When your only argument is because you're a man, that isn't a rational argument. There should be a requirement to have kids, such as a license. There are way too many unfit parents having kids, and the cycle will not break unless there is some sort of intervention. It would require a lot more work from the government. It would probably require a whole different department to run it. But some sort of regulation is needed to prevent certain types of people from reproducing. Do you really want violent criminals or hard drug addicts to be able to have kids simply because it just happened? How many more kids need to grow up in unstable environments? There needs to be a standard for what is considered a stable, healthy environment to raise kids. This doesn't mean it has to be fancy houses and rich parents. But if you can barely support yourself, how is having another dependent life going to help? The fact that men do not have a way out if the woman gets pregnant. Before judging, I am a woman in my 20s saying this. Think about this. There are two adults making the mistake and being irresponsible for a woman to get pregnant. It is not only the man's fault, but one of them now has the chance to ditch the responsibility by having in termination or giving the baby up for adoption. What way out does the man have? None. If the woman chooses to keep the baby, the guy is screwed for the next 18 years in the least. I know, women carry the baby and give birth to it, and terminating it is not a simple thing to do. But still, the fact that you have a choice, no matter how undesirable it is a very important difference between the two of them. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS, and special thanks for submitting your answers. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell for more community videos. Click the right box for the related playlist. Let us know in the comments what you think about these stories. This content may be upsetting or disturbing to some audiences. Women who marry men for their money and men who marry women for being young and hot deserve each other. The most unpopular opinions of Reddit and Radio DTS viewers. Response to Motorcycle Man at the end of the video. I hate the word hubby. I can't stand this word. Not just the way the word sounds, but also the meaning. I know people use it affectionately, but it sounds degrading to me. I feel like if people used wifey or the wife as much as people use hubby, it wouldn't go over very well. YouTubers, I don't need an in-depth explanation for why you haven't uploaded in a while. Nothing more annoying than opening a YouTube video about a topic and the YouTuber spends the first 5 minutes profusely apologizing for an upload schedule I don't even pay attention to. Just fulfill the expectation you created with the title and thumbnail. I don't care about anything else. Anti-intellectualism is the gravest public problem we face right now, which also in turn leads to a butterfly effect in other cases. For example, the single biggest crisis in the future: rising sea levels, acidification of oceans, and algae growth. In fact, I believe it led to mismanagement and ignorance towards climate change. I know that's not the proper edgy unpopular opinion post, but after arguing with a bunch of American conservatives, my brain is fried and I need an outlet. If we eliminate at least a fraction of said phenomenon, life quality and healthy discourse will increase. Ariana Grande is terrible. Everyone worships Ariana, but her music is awful. She doesn't even sing, she just screams, and while she is talented at hitting high notes, her music is not enjoyable to listen to in the slightest. I don't get why people like listening to ear-piercing shrieks. Thank You Next is probably the worst song I've ever heard. And her fans are the absolute worst. You can't say anything that isn't absolutely worshipping her or her fans will get angry. They go crazy over everything she does. All she did was do the splits in her music video and everyone was saying, what can she do? And worst of all, when another female artist wears a high ponytail, they all say she's copying Ariana. Parents should be held legally responsible for smoking cigarettes around their kids. Whether it's in the car, at a park, walking down a road, even inside a house. And it shouldn't just be a fine, they should have their kids taken away from them or put in jail for this. The reason I say this is because my entire family smoked cigarettes, all the time, in every crevice of my life. 26 years later, and I'm scared of what this means for my health. I may end up suffering from some condition for the rest of my life because I didn't have a say in the matter when a group of people chain smoked inside our house. It causes so many health issues, not just for the smoker, but everyone around them. I hope every day that I managed, by some miracle, to get away scot-free. I live in constant fear that something may be wrong with my heart because it beats a little off-kilter once in a while. When I lay down, it makes it a little more difficult to breathe too. I've been to a cardiologist and they're saying I have some form of non-dangerous tachycardia. I'd like to know where that came from, and I bet it was all that smoke. I'm just saying to give the kids a chance to lead a healthy live. Most depression and anxiety people are facing today is due to a society that focuses on individualism, hyper-materialism, and constant competition. I'm not downplaying people with clinically diagnosed mental issues. I genuinely think people, especially in Western countries, while advancing like crazy and being some of the richest nations, have ruined traditional human relationships. And thus you see more mental illness rates versus poorer countries where happiness is due to contentment and high levels of gratitude even in relative poverty. Humans don't really need a lot, but capitalism has made us think we do. Stop saying he's missing out on you after people completely reform themselves after a breakup. Let's just say you were a girl, but you were fat. Your boyfriend broke up with you because you didn't want to work out. No motivation. After you split, you glow the hell up and do everything in your power to look attractive again. As a bystander of this event, you shouldn't really be saying he's missing out now. Because without the motivation from the breakup, the girl likely would have stayed the same unmotivated, not exercising girl. Because they believe that their BF would stay regardless of how they look like. Breaking up gave them motivation to go out and look better. When they were together, the girl didn't do anything. I just see this trend too much on TikTok and it kinda annoys me. Also, sorry for being so gender specific, it's always girls that pop up on my feed that make these sort of posts. Women who marry men for their money and men who marry women for being young and hot deserve each other. I was watching 90 Day Fiancé the other day, and it got me thinking about how everyone usually feels sorry for the dudes getting scammed for money or a visa. But the thing is, Most of these guys are using the women just as much as the women are using them. They either want their youth, beauty, big fake tits, or they have a weird fetish for the ethnicity of the woman. Same goes for women who do the same, like Danielle and Mohammed, though they aren't shown as often. She could have easily found some wonky-eyed dude who would love her in the States, but she went for Momo and was surprised when she got scammed. Point is, gold diggers and the people who date them deserve each other 99% of the time, because they're both bad people taking advantage of one another. The most important skill in life is the ability to freely admit wrongdoings. It's too often that someone makes a mistake, gets called out, only to double down on that mistake. I can't tell you how many relationships have been ruined because one person can admit that they were wrong. If you make an edgy joke that doesn't go over well, just apologize. Don't escalate the situation by arguing about it. If you miss a deadline, don't make excuses, unless you actually have a real excuse. Just admit you messed up and learn from it. Now, when I say this, I don't mean advertise your past mistakes or dwell on them. That's just a recipe for failure and depression. As someone who beats themselves up over things they could have done better or things they should have said, I know how it feels. I think people who keep saying that the world is getting worse should go out on the internet a little bit and research a little more about history. People would go crazy if we had internet in the 1960s and 1970s. As a history teacher, I can confirm that a lot more bad things happened in the world at that time than what happens today. The only difference is that we didn't have access to this amount of information.